Hello, chat. How's it going? Good evening, gentle nerds. I couldn't have said it any better myself. Shadow of Rosa Raid. Halo 3 sounds. This is the chill stream, so I put on our sort of antediluvian spa ambiance here. Election trucking's over, I can watch the streams again. I have no idea if you're serious or not. I don't remember whether you were present during those streams, but either way I can see where you're coming from. So yeah, the updates. I should give the lowdown. Tell everyone what the deal is. Oh, Shadow of Rosa Raid says to tell everyone about the Berdly analysis. Yeah, sure. I'll shout out the Berdly analysis. Shadow of Rosa Raid put up a community post, I believe, a while back, talking about one of their own projects, which is very exciting. It's definitely just a Berdly analysis, no funny business. His character is very deep and underappreciated, and absolutely no one has made videos yet already saying this. So, you know, it's a very necessary front of the analysis to take on at this phase of the game's lifespan. So go check that out. Oh yeah, Outsin and I are married now. That's new. As of 10 minutes ago, I think. Yeah, we're married. I thought you were my wife, though. I don't want to be the wife. But yeah, before we get into the Elden Ring itself, the reason we're doing Elden Ring today is because we don't have to do this anymore. Isn't that exciting? Election trucking has concluded, and over the last week, I have laboriously ported the entire thing. Not uploaded, ported. It really is a process of porting it to AO3. It is now an official, completed fanfic. 7 chapters, 18,500 words. It has cover art. It has footnote that has galleries of all the fan art that I could find, except for I still need to figure out how to host some of the audio and some of the video clips, because you can host the images on Discord, but not the audio. So I need to get in contact with like Dr. Breeb and stuff and see if they want to put that on SoundCloud or something, so I can link it here. There's so much art. There was like almost 100 pieces of art, which is ridiculous. Like, Chapter 2 has just an obscene amount of art. Like, look, the actual fic ends, like, 25% of the way down the page, and the rest of it is just drawings of, like, Rapper Gaster and shit, so it's nuts, yeah. Everyone go check out Election Trucking. I'll make, like, a community post about it, maybe, and link it on the Discord officially later today. This needs to be a headliner. Insanity, says Milk. Correct. How did you know? Yeah, I think this is currently the only fic tagged Umris Canon compliant, besides for, of course, VT Holmes' Slovenian translation that is currently in progress. For some fucking reason, they are now translating the fic into Slovenian. It's real, there it is, it's all Slovenian. Any good comments? Nothing crazy so far. There's maybe like a couple people who've tried reading it that don't seem to be already on the bandwagon. One person's reaction was just, I want to see more, then the next chapter was immediately, I've changed my mind, I no longer want to see more. So that's cool. It's doing work. Next, I want to show up, I said I'd do this last stream, but I forgot. This is going to be my next video, which, as many of you probably know, is going to be an analysis of Gaster's theme, where it shows up in Deltarune, leitmotifs in general. I'm going to be ranting about music theory a lot, flexing the fact that I got half a music theory degree at university, so I have to use it at some point, you know? And this is the diagram trademark, so... so check this out, dude. Just check this out. And... boom. That's a diagram. Damn, that's what I call a diagram. People in the patron chat have already seen this. This was sort of a similar place to where it was about a week ago. I spent mostly this week doing the script, finishing the script, starting recording. And I think I made a very vague allusion previously to the fact that it's now sort of a collaborative project. I've stumbled into working with someone on this, and I was kind of being cagey about giving any details, but I think we've gone far enough along that I can just sort of drop the curtain now. Does anyone know Toffee Bun in chat? I think they're mainly known in Undertale Deltarune circles for that one video that got like 1.2 million views or something. It was on reconstructing how Toby Fox made the soundtrack of Undertale, basically, which was quite an incredible video, and obviously more popular than anything I've ever made, so I guess that doesn't really need introduction. But they're a really good musician. They specialize in like reconstructing Toby Fox's songs like in FL Studio, like just from the ground up, remaking all the details and stuff. So they've been a huge help actually in well, for one, analyzing Gaster's theme itself, but also like getting random snapshots. If I decide like music's kind of popping off, hang on, I'm gonna turn that down just a bit. I decided that for a funny prank, I was going to have a song, for example, that would play in the wrong key in the background, and normally I would have to just slow that down in Audacity or something and make it sound different, which would distort it. But now I can go, hey, Toffee, just make the song again from scratch and put it in a new key for this prank. And astonishingly, they're just like, yeah, I'll do that, sure, whatever. So it's going to be sick, and I'm very excited to get that further along the way. But for now, that is all I have to show off. Wait a minute. Okay, now time for actual Elden Ring. Oh, now who's in chat? I did a fantastic job, thank you. Yeah, that took a little bit longer than usual for diagrams. It's definitely sort of in a new class of diagram. It's took like a full week to make in Godot. I rigged everything up. It's animated. It's all that shit. But hopefully I can just leave the camera on that for a lot of the next video's runtime, because it's gonna be a long one. The script is kind of long, so I'm really relying on this diagram to like take the burden off me to come up with B-roll essentially, which I think will save time in the long run. Okay, thank you, Regal Ancestor Spirit. That's enough of that. It was a good diagram, even though I didn't see it. Yeah, sorry everyone who came in chat too late to actually see the diagram. Photo bashing is kind of fun. It's also hard though. It's like finding all the you have a certain mental image, and it's like, well, what exactly fits this role? Then you find yourself looking through images of like 1970s desktop computers for 2 hours, and you know, stuff like that. Alright, Elden Ring, here we are. I might move the some of the Gasters over a bit. They tend to be in the way of the HUD and stuff during these streams. Okay, just sink this guy into the ground a bit. This one can move off to the side a bit. There we go. I've been playing a bit of Elden Ring recently, actually. You can see, that's an attempt at a Ralsei cosplay that I tried ages ago. Clarence Beef Tank cosplay has been fun. We don't talk about Sussy. Here we go. Berdly. I have not opened the Berdly save file, though, since last time, which is quite a while. So, well, I'm not rusty on Elden Ring itself, I am rusty on whatever the fuck this is. It's So to reiterate for anyone who's new or has forgotten, this is a challenge run where it's not rune level 1, there's no restrictions on leveling, but the only stat that I was allowed to put levels into was intelligence. And since maxing that out to 99, I've been putting them all into mind. So it's a very intelligent build that unfortunately has base level vigor, and I die in one hit from most things. And I'm only allowed to use halberds, so that means I can't actually use my intellect to cast spells. It's a very cool build. Time to be destroyed by Susi. Yeah, those aren't even intended for like streams. I just, when I go to character creation, that's just where my mind gets stuck half the time. Is I guess I'll make a Deltarune character. I don't know. I think the run back is still like carved into my muscle memory though, which is a good sign. I didn't have to consciously think about how to get to the boss. He was not blue last time. He's been yellow for a while. He transformed to his ideal form ever since everything started one-shotting him with armor, so I decided to go full speedrunner kind of fashion, which means wearing underpants. I had some ideas for new strategies. What's my build at? Claw Talisman Dagger. Do I not have the Shard of Alexander? I must have the Shard of Alexander. Why do I not have the Shard of Alexander? I'm in Fair Missoula. I watched an Ongball fight, their level 1 Wretch fight against Placidusax, and I don't know if anyone knows Ongball, but they do these incredibly high skill cinematic fights against bosses where it's like it's above even just doing it damageless. It's like, I'm gonna do it damageless at maximum new game with an unupgraded weapon with no clothes on, and to make it look like a dance, like a cinematic masterpiece. Really fantastic channel, but the way they were doing it wasn't even to go for the crits. They were just stunning Placidusax and then repeatedly smacking him with the club, which may actually be more damage if I use my Ash of War, I think, and it'll save me trying to run toward his head every time. So I might try that, which would then obsolete the Dagger Talisman and free it up for the Shard of Alexander, but which I don't have that for some reason, so I don't know. I have Ritual Sword. Is there anything else I can replace this with? Bolt Drake doesn't even help at this point. I could always do just the Viridian Amber for some extra stamina, which is not a good decision overall, but if I'm not going to be doing the critical attacks, then it doesn't matter. I didn't watch the election streams. Is that connected to Umris? Technically, it's Umris canon compliant, but there is no... It's not really a major part of it. Berdly isn't really even a character in the fic at all. Bloodborne gameplay looks like an elegant dance, says chat. It can. Sekiro especially does. And Elden Ring and Dark Souls tend to be more clunky, but you know, when Ongball's doing it, it looks fucking... every move is calculated. It's incredible how many attacks you can dodge just by strafing. If you know the exact hitboxes, like, you don't even need to roll. You can just sort of walk in a very specific direction and the attacks will just whiff, and you can get a lot more damage in that way because you can just be attacking while the boss is already swinging. How many metaphors do I have to do for this? I'm not sure what you mean. How many... usually you don't really need metaphors to beat these games, you just need to press the buttons really well. The big lad. I don't need to kill this guy once again to beat the game. I could beat the game like right now if I wanted to, but I've just sort of made this my goal, and I've already spent a whole stream fighting him, so I have to finish, you know, what I've started. I've never killed this boss even on a normal playthrough before, so this is like... I've got to do it. Chat has lost their Earthbound save file. Oh no. I didn't know you were playing Earthbound, but that sounds terrible. That game takes some time to get stuff done in. I forget, I had the opening, like, choreographed, basically. Where you chug, and then he spawns the lightning immediately, then I have to get to his right side and do an Ash of War, I think, is how I was doing it. It's gonna take a sec to come back to me, though. Stab him in the ball sack, then you dodge the lightning. You don't dodge the lightning. Okay, that's a very bad start. Until I remember the lightning timings, I'm not going to be able to get very far at all here. Oh, that's bad. Oh yeah, the other part of my new strategy is I think I want to save the physic flask until phase 2. Because the Opaline bubble tier is the only thing that can stop me from getting one-shot by his Omega laser attack that he does in phase 3. But the problem is that if I pop the flask... Oh, I'm dead. If I pop the flask all the way back here in phase 1, it actually wears off by the time I get to that attack. So the trade-off is that I have to do the fight hitless until halfway through, but then I can tank one hit from the laser, and I won't have to spend, oh god, many attempts just learning to dodge those lasers, which can take a very long time. His super laser pierce! Exactly. The way that Ongball did it was actually genius. It was just a kite Placidusax to do the final, you know, he comes down from the cloud, he attacks you, and then he does the laser. Ongball just stood right against a wall, so that when Placidusax came down, he couldn't, like, slide any further past him because there was a wall in the way. And so he just kind of got stuck, and then he could just run behind him and smash away. Do I have plans to change the halberd? No, this is basically the best halberd I think that I want to be using. It's fully upgraded. It's the most visually accurate Berdly's in-game halberd, as you can see. The one other option that I could do to make things easier would be to go find the Commander Standard, which I believe is a halberd. And it's not really used as a weapon, it just gives you a very strong buff. So I could use that at the start of each fight, but I'd have to go kill a boss to get that. And I don't know how long the buff lasts. For like a long fight like this, it might not really matter that much. What has nice int scaling? Nahu is saying something as int scaling. Or is that a joke? It's you know, it's magic infused, which is where my damage comes from. And the damage isn't bad, but it's not good for having 99 in an offensive stat. I think they increased the, what are my future stream plans after Berdly Run? I was considering Yeek, as I said before, which is scary, because Yeek is a very long game from what I've heard, like potentially long, like as long or longer than Earthbound, which it's a big series, obviously. But I'm very curious to see what Yeek is like now. Even if it just means me reading monologues for like hours and hours and hours, which it probably will. That's sort of what Yeek is. Okay, so I think you run... Oh, I got here too early. Alright, so that's what the fight looks like with no flask of physic. So because it's all dominoes at this point. Because I didn't stop to drink the physic while running toward him, the lightning spawned later than I thought, and so I didn't have time to run past it before it hit me. As I was saying, yeah, Yeek. It is Y2K, but who cares? Yeah, I'm just very curious to, like, play it. I think it could be a very funny stream. But I've heard they, like, there's multiple versions, and they patched one of them to have, like, less exhausting monologuing, which is obviously not what I want for the stream. I want, like, the worst version of the game possible, because that's funny. So I'd have to look into what the correct version is to get. And I just didn't feel like dealing with that this week, you know? After all these rather mentally exhausting election trucking streams consecutively. Ooh! New way to die unlocked. Very cool. Are the previous streams important to understand this? Not really. I mean, you can see I'm Berdly. My stats are this. I can only use halberds, and I'm trying to kill Dragonlord Placidusax. That's essentially the plot. Not playing Yeek is self-care. Exactly. Beautiful. So, it's gonna take me a while just to de-rust on this fight, by the way, so I'm not surprised that I'm getting absolutely wrecked right now. The fire is the most dangerous attack, I believe. Because you can't dodge it, you have to just space it. And if you're in the wrong spot when it starts, then you take unavoidable damage, which in my case is unavoidable lethal damage, which makes it very hard. So I think what Ongbol was doing was attacking the flank a couple times after like an attack, after Placidusax attacks, that is, and then preemptively running back to the tail, because that's where you need to be to dodge the fire anyway. And it looked to me like if the fire starts when you're sort of at the front half of Placidusax's body, it doesn't go back as far, which makes it easier to dodge. So I think that's sort of the practice that I'll have to adopt here, is taking a couple swipes at the flank and then running backward. Have I just invested in intelligence? Yes, I was only allowed to level intelligence until I got 99, and then only mined after that. That's the terms of the run. Alright, so the lightning... Oh my god, okay. There's a bit more of a delay on the lightning than I thought. This is going to be pretty rough with no Flask of Physic, because I was getting to phase 2 pretty reliably last stream, but maybe to warm up I'll drink the Physic first until I can like remember the moveset of phase 1 well enough to actually survive, because it's going to be a pretty big waste of time just to keep dying in one hit over and over again like this. Mel notes how the laying down animation expects you to have armor on, so if you don't, the hands are floating. Yeah, the some of the character animation's a little bit on the jank side, with or without armor, because some of the armor is ridiculous. Like, if you're wearing a Lionel set, like, your limbs are clipping through that chest piece all over the place. There's only so much they can do, I guess, when you have this much fashion variety. That's going to be video games in 2030, though. That's when they really... they transcend their boundaries, is when they can make weapons and armor not, like, clip through walls and shit. Because even, like, the most graphically intensive masterpieces of games nowadays, you still clip through the wall. Like, immediately your sword goes right through that shit. Alright, attempt 37, or whatever the meme was. Let's go. What if I stand right the fuck in front of him? Surely that will help somehow. Wait for the lightning. I think I can roll. Oh my god, I still don't know the timing for that. What a pain. I'm dead. The round of lightning is sort of the first vibe check you get in this fight, and I'm not passing it. Yeah, I'm playing as the Berdly statue, correct. I think I'll try to just deliberately dodge them, like time the dodge. I've been sort of trying to just outspace them, which is that's the safer way to do it, but until I need to remember what the dodge timing is, otherwise it's just not gonna work in the long run. How long has it been since the last stream? Month. A very long time. And as I said, I've been playing Elden Ring a fair bit recently, but I've not been playing this Elden Ring, which is this brutal kind of hitless mindset. Actually, recently I was doing that a no upgrades run, which is sort of the opposite of this, where my damage was piss, but I could make myself as tanky as I wanted, which is very different. And probably not the best sort of training arc to do before this run, because it's the exact opposite playstyle. That was inspired by, I saw Gino Machino, who is a YouTuber, a really, really crazy challenge runner, like even crazy by the standards of challenge runners, in my opinion, of this game. He beat the entire game with fists only, which is even more deranged than it sounds. Like in Dark Souls, doing a fists only run was ridiculous and extremely hard. But in Elden Ring, fists are like exponentially worse than they were even in Dark Souls. They're like really just useless. So like late game, he was dealing like 10 damage a hit still. Just ridiculous. Okay, wing, that's gonna have it. It really comes back pretty far, is what I was going to say. I missed? Alright, Berdly, whatever. The tail swing. Alright, that's what he does. He does the tail swing. Okay, give me a claw swipe. Thank you. Alright, and here I'm not going to go for the crit. I'm just going to repeatedly stab him with the Ash of War, which I think is actually higher damage overall. Yeah, it definitely is. Oh. Okay, that is a hitbox. Alright, now we know that has a hitbox. So as you can see, the damage isn't bad. One stagger takes him down maybe 25% health. What's the lore behind this guy? Placidusax was the first Elden Lord, as opposed to Godfrey first Elden Lord, who was in fact the second Elden Lord at least. Placidusax is from like the super ancient era, where I'm not even sure humans existed yet, and it was like dragons were the dominant species, and they had the beastmen as their servants basically, and so Placidusax was like the Elden Lord of the age before man, basically. But one day he did have a America equivalent, because Placidusax is the Godfrey equivalent. There was America, but there's no indication in the whole game of who or what that was at this point in time. Like a vessel for the Elden Ring. And one day she presumably disappeared and left sort of Placidusax to languish and the kingdom to crumble, but there's no lore on that at all. Run up and then do physic instead of attacking. Well, the physic during the run up, actually, the spacing works out pretty well, in that the second lightning bolt goes off slightly before I get into position, which is what I want for the initial volley of attacks. Because if I didn't stop, then this lightning, instead of spawning behind me, would spawn directly on top of me. I'm dead. Shit, that's not safe. That's not safe. I had this beginning like really choreographed, and so I'm being way too flippant about it. Like, I don't know the game plan anymore, but I'm still acting as if I do and being aggressive. I shouldn't be doing that. I should just be trying to dodge the lightning. Maybe the DLC will explain, yeah. The eternal copium of Souls fans. The DLC, hopefully, I'm more worried about that explaining anything about Mikola than Placidusax. Placidusax may just be like, this shit's too far back in the past to even have answers anymore kind of vibe, as opposed to the other stuff that's still really far back in the past, but the characters are still more relevant. Mel gets into the Toho grind set while watching Elden Ring streams. Whatever works. I am excited for the Elden Ring DLC whenever that drops. The only information anyone has about it so far is a picture of some dude in a dress riding torrent in a wheat field with a really spooky sort of withered Erd tree on the horizon, which is probably Mikola. Not the Erd tree, the femboy on the horse, I mean. Some people say it's America. I think it doesn't really make sense. Or a DLC being about America would be sort of weird, whereas Mikola would, there's a lot more unanswered questions about Mikola. I think maybe more than any other character in the game, there's lots of unanswered shit about Mikola. Oh, I dodged it. One more. Okay. Good. I survived the light. Okay, stay back. Stay back. Nice. The damage isn't very good on the tail, but it's better than dying, though. Okay, there's our Staggy. Let me spam Ash of War. And don't get in front of him to get hit by his jump away hitbox, because that would be bad. Okay, what you doing? Okay, that's a rather dumb attack, Placidus Axe, if I'm being honest, to use at this point in time. Let's see. Oh, phase 2. Alright, I said I would use the physic now. Oh no, okay, I've already used the physic. I forgot. This is the learning phase still. So he's gonna do his sort of shadow clone bullshit here. Not actually what shadow clone jutsu does, I know that, but... Okay, I don't usually take damage to these. That's what they call a skill issue. Yeah, okay, those are easily dodgeable, I just panicked. LG Central did a read through the fanfic. There's a lot of typos. Well, some of them are intentional. I've read through it myself, and I've noticed a couple that aren't intentional. So I'm not surprised. Try game mode creative. Yeah. Third femboy in Souls, if I'm not mistaken. You had Gwendolyn, you got Mikola. Who's the third one? What if Placidus Axe was your dad? I mean, someone... Placidus Axe definitely had a lineage. There's probably some dragon who was Placidus Axe's kid, but... Would be cool. I don't think you can like speak English, probably, but... Prince Lothric? Is that the femboy? I think that's just, I don't know, some sort of eating disorder. I don't think that's femboy. Like wearing a black sheet and being a skeleton. This is Deltarune Chapter 7? I hope so. That'd be kind of cool. The next From Software game is Deltarune 2. Just hasn't been announced yet. In collaboration with Toby Fox, Hidetaka Miyazaki presents a new dark fantasy masterpiece. I mean, they collabed with George R.R. Martin for this, so Toby Fox isn't off the table, you know? He's at least part of the same industry. I'm dead. Oh, that was clutch. Oh, okay, he's giving us Tactical Nuke, which is comically easy to dodge, but at least, you know, is comically easy to dodge. I was gonna say, it wastes time, but it's comically easy to dodge. Alright, what you doing, Placidus Axe? The tail sweep. I like it. Alright. Now what? The attack where... Okay, you have to dodge that one is the trick. You have to dodge it, otherwise you take damage. I have no idea how that missed me. I'll take it, though. Go for the Scrotal Poke. Another one. What's he doing? That's not where I'm standing, Placidus Axe. Another one. Very good damage on those, can't complain. Alright, so this time the trick is to... Oh, I should be healing to get the Ritual Sword back, that's, yeah, obvious. The trick is to dodge his attacks. can hit him. Oh, homestuck number. Oh, that's the one that you don't roll toward because it's a secondary hitbox. I remember this. Right, it's not safe to roll toward the down slam attack. You have to roll back to get out of the AoE, otherwise it kills you. If Elden Ring gets DLC before Silksong, I'll be mad. You have to transcend, buddy. Every time someone says, if X happens before Silksong, you're doing it wrong. You just have to sort of accept, you know, like at some distant time in the future, in the misty sort of distance of the cosmos, Silksong will come out. You just have to have faith. It's like how Godric says, we one day will return together under the rays of gold or whatever. That's how you got to be. Think about it. Once Silksong comes out, we'll miss the struggle. We won't know what to do with ourselves. Like, in a universe where Silksong just has come out already, we have to appreciate what we have, which is the myth of Silksong rather than the playable game. With no context on the game, seeing a naked man who looks like Berdly attack a dragon is kind of funny, I agree. That's the appeal of From Software games a lot of the time, is that they're both like extremely serious and weighty and kind of grimdark, but there's enormous capacity for like shitpost energy. And the games even sort of play into that themselves, where you just have like the weirdest shit, but it's played straight. It's a real vibe. Alright, tactical nuke incoming. Very cool, Placido Sax. Do it again. Really sick, I like it. Gonna go back to stabbing your tail. Dodging behind really is the way to go with that one, though. I think the hitbox is smaller behind him. And also, what's he doing? Oh, he follows it up with fire breath, though. Alright, noted. When he does that attack, don't immediately swing at him. Keep running until you're out of range of the fire. I'm getting... yeah, don't be trigger happy. Focus on getting back to his flank before actually attacking him. Why am I Wario? This is the ideal Berdly. Look at him. Yeah, after Silksong, we can just complain about Team Cherry not releasing the next game. Burlap noise, or whatever. Can you see your stats again? Feast your eyes. It's beautiful. For most of the run, my level was equal to my intelligence stat, which was really nice, but I've since put a couple points into mind. So I've been watching another one of those YouTube men who do like soundtrack reactions. I try to limit myself. I don't indulge in those all the time because they tend to be kind of one note. Like when you've seen one, you've kind of seen them all. But that opera singer guy who looks like Markiplier and is also named Marco, I've been watching some of his reactions to Elden Ring, and it's mostly just an excuse to listen to the music at the end of the day. I think is what the appeal is. Kind of fun though. What's the soundtrack reaction industry? I don't know. It's a thing. I guess just there's a market for it, so it exists. It's the same with like reacting to anything. People like reactions. They're all reactionary, I guess. Tactical nuke? Oh, I may actually be kind of close at this point. Scary. No, we're fine. Alright. That's cool. Oh, he fell over. I didn't even notice. Okay, that's some missed damage opportunities there. Okay, I'm safe. That's why you stand behind him. He takes reduced damage from the tail, it seems, but I wonder if he also takes reduced poise damage. If not, that could be a good way to abuse it. Okay, keep running. Wait, jump over the tail. Ongball always jumps over the tail. That's why he does that, I see. Okay, it all makes sense now. See, that's a pretty good way to get the daggers to hit their mark, is to just deploy them directly into his wing. Alright, phase 2. No hits yet. If I don't use the bubble tier by phase 3, it just wears off over time, though. So it doesn't have unlimited utility if I just keep hanging on to it. Alright. Feeling a downward smack. There we go. I have to roll away, otherwise I die. There. Oh, what's he doing? To the side. Oh, wing attack. This one has a huge hitbox. There we go. Okay, what you doing, Placidus Axe? Oh, the lightning. Damn it, that's too early. Just sprint. Very good. One more. There it is. Clean. Oh, the tail sweep. The tail sweep can only hit you if you're not expecting it. That's the rule. It has a tiny range. It's like getting hit by a Stell's tail attack. Marco Meatball. Yes, that's the channel. He's cool. We did an Undertale Let's Play, really. LG Essential says the Hitman games are the same, where the story is very serious, but the gameplay is the stupidest thing ever. Yeah, sometimes, you know, that ludonarrative dissonance works in a game's favor. The recent patch buffed the magic infusion. Yeah, I heard about that. I thought it was just the cold infusion? Like, not the magic one specifically. I should check out the cold infusion, see if its scaling is better somehow. Because doing frostbite procs against Placidus Axe would be pretty cool. That's an extra stagger. Next time I die, I'll look at that. Unless I forget, which I will. Marco's new home segment was good because he was silent. Yeah, that's sort of what you want for a new home segment. Let me say that's a weird part of his music reactions. The other channel I've watched is that, what the fuck's his name? The bald guy with like the mustache. I think he has a mustache. He's much more like stop and start, like break things down as he hears it. Whereas Marco just sort of like puts the whole song on and kind of like makes weird facial expressions for minutes on end, which is not the best viewing experience in my opinion. But you know, didn't stop me from binging through his entire Elden Ring reaction playlist. Oh, too late that time. Okay. I'm running the gamut of ways to fail to dodge the lightning, which, I mean, it's the same thing I did last time I played this. You have to learn all the ways to fail before you can learn the one way to succeed, you know? Oh, there's the staggy. Nice. Get under the wing so those daggers hit home really fast. Very good. Okay, all you need to do to dodge the tail sweep is to roll, like, at some point before it hits. There's no timing even involved. Okay, jump the tail. Oh, look at me. I'm on ball now. I am the dad now. Oh. Okay, I think I missed the attack, but the knockback sort of pushed me into a better position to dodge future attacks. Marco did a breakdown on Faust. Yeah, I imagine he'd be very more articulate about actual opera, because he's an opera singer. You'd imagine that would be how it works, you know? Opera singers know about opera. That was risky. Not sure why I did that. What you got now, Placidus Axe? Okay. Book. Oh, scary. Oh, I forgot about that attack. I forgot that one. Okay. Just once for fun, he does the Malekith Bestial Sling. Ever play Sekiro? Oh yeah, Sekiro is my favorite FromSoft game. I've played it less than Elden Ring though in terms of time. But Sekiro is the first one that I really tried to like challenge myself on more than just beating the game. I mean, it's enough of a challenge to beat regular Dark Souls or Dark Souls 3. I haven't played 2. But Sekiro, I did some new game cycles and really like expanded my mind, you know, as to like how high the skill ceiling is in these games. And I'm also sort of doing that with Elden Ring with this bullshit. I was watching of course, anyone who knows about this game probably will know that Joseph Anderson did a big old video on it after it launched, in which he complained about a lot of the bosses, their movesets essentially being unfun to play against, or necessitating too passive of a playstyle. There's this dude who I've recently rediscovered, who did an entire challenge run just to spite Joseph Anderson and prove that all the bosses are fair to play against, and that you can be aggressive even with the like Dark Souls 1 Zweihander Boomer build, which is extremely funny to me. I'm not sure like which side I completely agree or disagree with. I think like Joseph Anderson had some points, but as usual, they were a bit overblown and one-sided and only relevant to his very particular tastes. It's kind of Joseph's MO, but I love this guy regardless. Like, there's a lot of really obvious like vitriol and bitterness as he's fighting these bosses, and it's really funny. But okay, what I was trying to like say with all that is that I think that Elden Ring bosses have like a higher skill floor to like actually fight them well than most Dark Souls bosses ever did. Which, that's kind of counterintuitive, because at the same time, I think you can beat a lot of Elden Ring bosses with much less time or skill investment than you could in Dark Souls, but that's because of the balancing in the game. You can get extremely overpowered in Elden Ring by exploring the open world and trivialize the bosses. So you can beat them without knowing how to fight them, but actually learning how to fight them is much, much harder than I think in any Dark Souls game. Which is sort of the dissonance, like, the stuff that Joe is complaining about in his first playthrough is valid, but it's like, it's only valid because you beat the boss before you're forced to actually learn how to fight it. And so you're left with an impression of the bosses being these very inconsistent kind of slugfests that you can't really fight intelligently, or whereas you can, it just takes a lot more patience and time to like learn the nuances and how to dodge each attack. And that's something they only appreciate after replaying the game a few times, which I now have, and so I'm sort of seeing... I guess I mean to say, like, the bosses get better to fight the more you fight them. Like, you unlock more and more sort of niche little openings and intelligent ways to avoid their attacks besides just perfectly timing the dodge roll. Like, one thing that dude who did the that challenge run, I think the channel's called Lupine Zero or something, was that in Dark Souls, you really could just use timing for every dodge. Like, you didn't have to know where the attack was coming from, what the attack was. You just had to nail down the timing, and then you were golden. I'm dead. That was really stupid. But with Elden Ring, there's some attacks that require positioning to dodge and require directional dodges to reliably dodge. So if you're going into the game with a mindset that you should just be able to memorize the timing and not have to worry about those nuances, then you're going to get wrecked and some attacks are going to feel undodgeable. Whereas you really have to, like, absorb where you have to stand and where you have to end up at the end of your roll to reliably dodge the trickier attacks. I was playing better when I was ranting about that, which isn't uncommon, actually. Is that if I go off on a tangent and, like, my conscious mind goes dormant, then I can actually play better. But it also, I do dumb shit like doing a random jumping attack in the middle of the lightning, which obviously results in me dying. Yeah, a lot of people forget that you can jump to a dodge attacks in this game, which is true. Godfrey is a really good example. Godfrey and Godric both have attacks that you can not only dodge by jumping, but that if you do that, you can get a free hit in, because you can be doing a jumping attack on the way down while also dodging the attack. How hard is banter, ranting, tangent? How hard is it? I don't know. If there's something that I want to talk about, then it's very easy. Usually I mostly struggle with thinking of things to talk about rather than actually talking about them. Like, once that's done, I can just go on and on. It seems like a nightmare to think of topics. Oh, I wouldn't be able to do this without a chat to look at, I think. I'm pretty bad at, as I said, like, initiating conversation and shit. But that's, the stream chat is a huge crutch, because you can just read shit and then reply to it. It's much easier than actually generating commentary. Ah, it wasn't far enough back. God, that sucks. I thought it was far enough back. To be fair, though, I also didn't actually see the attack coming until slightly too late, so... Even rolling the wrong direction a second too early results in dodging that attack. You literally just have to dodge some way, and you're fine. Woohoo! See, his tail pushes you out of range if you get behind it. It's very nice of him. Oh, another stagger, dude. That's huge. I can get some big... Oh, I'm out of mana. That's tragic. It's unhuge. The hugeness is recanted. Hit him with the daggers before he leaves. Got him. Chug again, because I have way too many flasks for my own good. Look at all that chugging. That was so fucking dumb. Why did I go for a heavy attack there? I have to have, like, conscious concentration is required to just not make stupid decisions. Okay, the hitbacks, I remember this attack too. The hitbox comes out on his chest, not on his hand. I'm looking at the hand, then his chest hits you. Do I believe in Bigfoot? No, I don't think so. Any grocery store anecdotes? I don't go to the grocery store enough to have good grocery store anecdotes, apparently. Aside from Donkey Kong that one time, of course. Do you think you would do this if I wasn't streaming? I mean, I've been doing it in my spare time, as I said, like a no upgrades run currently, so apparently yes. I may not be doing something as frustrating as this, which is basically like a no-hit fight. I think the really hardcore streamers I know, like Gino Machino during the no-hit run, he said under no uncertain circumstances would he be doing, or no, that's under no circumstances would he be doing this, if not for a stream chat watching him, because the fist only run, he was fighting bosses for literally hours at a time per attempt, and then he would die and then have to do it again. Like, ridiculous. I think he had a fire giant attempt that took several hours, and was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen, honestly, because it's not like you have to do it no hit like I am, like he was taking hits then regenerating, but you have finite resources to heal with, and so basically he had to be consistent through like hours and hours of the same boss and never take more damage than he can regenerate very slowly over time with his like talismans, because the healing flasks run out inevitably. Okay, that was good. I'm getting more familiar with the lightning timings, which is going to help a huge amount with these early phases. Okay, run, jump, the tail. That's a consistent combo he does. I thought that was random, but it's just, I think he does it every time. After that attack, he does the fire. What you doing, Classy? What's he doing? I don't know what he's doing. I think Classy's friends call him Classy, like Nessie. Like, Placidusax is a bit of a mouthful. Scrotal poke. He's gonna do his fire attack, just stand back, easy. He's gonna do his lightning attack, not as easy. Theoretically it's easy if you just run in a straight line, but I have trouble doing that a lot, because I want to do damage. What's he doing? Okay. Standard play. Tag him. Oh, I didn't tag him before you left. Too bad. I still have the bubble, but I wanted to stop using the bubble in phase 1 anyway, so I'm still sort of doomed to die by the lasers, I think, if I make it deep into the fight. Oh, fire. Okay, that's novel. He does it on this side, too. I've never seen him do that out of that when he teleports. Okay, new attack unlocked. He can just do that. Why did I heal then? I'm so lucky I didn't die there. What you doing? Lightning. Alright. Well, we know the play. Too bad I had to hit his tail there. And I was late on the dodge. The flaccid placid. Oh, and I did not check for the cold thing. This is when you remind me to check the build. This is when I'm dying, not when I've already left. Because now I can check the cold infusion. Ashes of War. Although I think I heard something about if you give a weapon an Ash of War and infusion that doesn't match the damage type of the Ash of War, then it'll nerf the damage, but since this is itself, like, cold is still a magic scaling infusion, so maybe that'll be fine. Okay, so magic. Oh, that's much worse, actually. That's a lot worse. Yeah, okay, cold's not gonna work. We need pure int scaling, or bust, basically. I wonder if the blue dancers would help. Because most of my damage, like 2/3 of my damage, is magic. But what is blue dancers? It would be like a 15% buff to 1/3 of my damage, which like 5%. That's not really enough to care about, I think. Yeah, never mind that. It was worth a check. I think I'm gonna go get the Shard of Alexander, actually, because that's right in this area. I just have to remember how to like find it. Wait, do you have to do Alexander's whole quest line to get him up here, or does that automatically sort of do itself when you, like, beat Radahn? I think he's, like, here, right? There's some weird door you have to go through to get to him. I remember having a really hard time finding my way up there when I first played this. I think it's, like, in here, though. Or no, it was back up there, I think. Or maybe under here? I don't quite remember. There's a man that jumps out at you behind the wall, I think. There he is. Hello. What are you doing? Get out of my pumpkin patch, sir. Oh, he's got poise. I don't think it's over here. I have to meet him in Gelmir first? Yeah, I can do that, actually. Unless it's I've broken the quest at this point. I don't really know how the flags work. Meet him in the mountain? I don't think I've ever met Alexander in Mountaintops, but I've still done his quest, so, wait, have I never been to Mount Gelmir? Oh, no, I did. I just don't have the map. That's good. I think it's here. Gotta craft Zenith first. I haven't even beaten the Moonlord. This is not it. It was Seathwater Terminus, I think. There it is. Wait, Seathwater River. Where's the terminus? Can I get it? Maybe it was just the river. Oh, no, there it is. I want the one in the canyon by Fort Lade. Here it is. I remember where he stands, fortunately. I just have to run through the war zone here, as usual. Does leveling up still give defense? I think leveling up always gives defense. It's just not enough. Part of me thinks that if I put on full armor and the Bolt Drake Talisman, I may be able to live through a lightning strike. But I'm sort of just invested in the no-hit at this point, you know. I sort of want... I don't see Alexander. Which maybe means he's in the mountaintops, or the quest line is broken. Where does Alexander even spawn in the mountaintops? Fast rolling's better? Yeah, that too. Mel's at the final boss of Toho, I think? Yeah. The fuck are you doing? The cheeky monkey sod has interrupted my map. Okay. What? He's moved to Faramazula. Oh, so I can go right to Faramazula. Okay. That's good. The fucking monkey brigade, though. Seriously. Faramazula is all the way over here. Maybe you have to start here first? Toho 10. Did I exhaust his dialogue at Radahn's? Maybe? I don't know. Did the questline debugging isn't going to help much at this point. I just have to see if he's up there or not. Yeah, he's right there, where the that little shiny is. And so to get there, you have to go past that big dragon. You have to get on top of that zone, which is over... Oh, I think the doorway must be in here then. Which would mean the Dragon Temple. Wait, but I explored this for like an hour in a previous stream, right? Like this whole zone, I went over this over and over again and never found any like side path. The Stone Sword Key elevator. Yes, I think it is. Where is that though? Is that here? Maybe it's over here. I'll try that. Because that's to the left of the Godskin Apostles, I think. I remember the way I found this in my first playthrough was like a painstaking process of like triangulation and checking the map and making markers, and which is a lot of fun actually, but not really stream friendly, you know. Remember this guy. This is the hardest enemy in the game right here. He killed me like 3 times in a row when I was just trying to fight the Godskins. Because some areas in this game are just like deceptively hard to find. Some in Stormvale too. It has some really hidden areas. Yeah, it was like this wall. Then I was looking up there and be like, is that a zone? Can I get up there? Can I even get on top of there? Dude, what's on top? It's really exciting when you don't know the answer. Unfortunately, that excitement kind of fades on subsequent playthroughs. Okay, it looks like it's probably over there. What the fuck, dude? It's like in that building even? I can't use the map because there's a man down there. how easy is it to get over there? Oh, wait. The Great Bridge isn't going to do it. The rooftops area is definitely not where I... Oh my god. Can you stop? Dude, he fucking bends it like Beckham. Alright, down to 2 healing flasks left. I guess I'll just go down that way and see what happens. Doopy-doo. This place has a rather leap of faith. Oh, you have to be sprinting. Dog just followed. Mel died. Very sad. Very sad. The reason we're doing this, by the way, is because the Shard of Alexander gives you like 15% extra damage on your Ash of War, which is where a lot of my damage comes from. And 15% can be quite a bit in Elden Ring. Why do you have no memory of me fighting Godskin Duo? I think because it actually went surprisingly quickly. I was expecting that to be the hardest fight in the run, as is, it's usually a fair assumption with Godskin Duo, but what the fuck, man? This dude. But it actually wasn't bad. I had enough stagger potential that I could, I got the Dagger Talisman and just really critted them down. Godskin Apostles are more like, or they're much more difficult with low damage, I think. As, that was the hardest fight in the Gino Machino fist-only run, was the Godskin Duo, as you can imagine. Because it's, like, incredibly inconsistent to dodge the Phase 2 attacks, like when they do the fucking roly-poly attack. You sort of just have to get on a pillar and pray, while the other one tries to knock you off the pillar simultaneously, and also sometimes he clips over the pillar anyway. I did it. Oh my god, okay. Why, she'll still snipe me with the discs. Oh no, I think the hardest fight was actually Gideon. Never mind. There was a lot of hardest fights in that run. Gideon was absolutely ridiculous. Because he can one-shot you pretty easily, even with a fairly tanky character. I think it was back here, maybe? Do I have a plan for April Fools? Not really a video. I haven't had enough time to, like, think of a really crazy video. Oh my god. Okay, the door's not here. Yeah, April Fool's videos are a good idea in concept until you get to April, and it's like, I've already have 3 projects on the go right now. I guess that's not happening. On the 2nd floor, yeah, that sounds familiar. I'm gonna do like a Discord server fuck up like I did last time. That's always fun. That's easy to do. Okay, I'm gonna do the blind jump this time. Completely blind. Turns out that's not a good idea. This is gonna take a year at this rate. It's a traversal, I remember in these streams. Like, I just get stuck trying to go from point A to point B for disturbing lengths of time sometimes. Can I warp closer here? Can I go back from here, maybe? No, okay, this one, yeah, there's no way to go back from this grace. Unless... What about... No. No, I can't. Well, that sucks. What are my uninformed thoughts on Higurashi or Imineko? You want vibes only? Well, that's all I can give. And the vibes are that I'm very afraid of ever interacting with either of those. I know that they're astonishingly long. They are anime visual novels. Fuck off, dude. They are meta fiction clusterfucks. I don't know any specifics, only vague enough generalities to be frightening. And it's one of those things that a lot of people say is the best piece of media ever created and changed their life and such, which honestly makes it scarier in a lot of ways. Down here? What the fuck is down here? I think I want to be... it could be on that side. It could be. Second floor of that building. Oh, well, I can get back there. How do I get to the second floor again? Damn. Oh, there's a shiny. What is that? Oh. That's actually pretty good. Not... I mean, it won't help me at this point because I'm dying to, like, lightning and stuff, but theoretically, it's a good talisman. Alright, how do I get up? Okay, that is the way to the next Grace and the Crucible Knight. Second floor, here we go. Yeah, people say that about Undertale, like the best... I get Undertale vibes, but not in, like, the positive associations. I get the negative associations I have with Undertale exclusively from Umineko. I guess that's the most concise way to put it. Is the life-destroying brain rot part, and none of the warm fuzzy feelings. Never having read it, of course, just perceiving it from a distance. I think this is the way. I have found the way. No. Alright, it's the way if you don't die to the man. But now that I know the way, it's gonna be a cakewalk from here. Dude, epic meme, thanks. I had to reach back into the mists of time to get that one. Rather play Cult of the Lamb? Than what? I played Cult of the Lamb. I was extremely, like, addicted to it for about 10 hours, and then my investment and enjoyment just cut off like a guillotine fell. It was kind of remarkable. I just completely stopped caring for some reason. And I got to the final boss, and I never actually finished it, which is very unusual. I'm not sure what my deal is with that game. I guess I was expecting the story to hook me at some point, but I felt like the story kind of never got off the ground or went anywhere, so my interest waned. Okay, I have to get up there. Oh, there's the staircase. Oh, he's body blocked me. That's not good. Okay. And the latest patch, by the way, I think they actually nerfed the light roll slightly, which is great news. Oh, there it is. It's weirdly, like, right in the open, but it has, like, this psychological property that just you can't help but ignore it when you go past every time. You felt the same way about Cult of the Lamb. You might get into it, you might get back into it, but I also sucked bad. Yeah, basically I'm a big roguelike guy, and Cult of the Lamb isn't really a roguelike, it's a colony management Sims game with roguelike elements tacked on, essentially. So it's not really good enough of a roguelike to just play as a roguelike, and the colony management had like a finite shelf life for my enjoyment of it. And so when that ran out, I was just kind of done. Which I was very surprised. We can't get through a live stream without referencing Courier New, that's the new rule. What's that? Big rune, nice. Is that Courier New, the fanfiction author whomst I like, did a Cult of the Lamb fanfic. That was their most recent project, and I was like, I had to like blink a couple times. I didn't know what the fuck I was looking at. I was like, what, you can write fan fiction about Cult of the Lamb? Like, it doesn't even have that much of a story, I thought. But he did it nonetheless, and it was just very strange. I wasn't expecting to see something like that. So I guess some people really vibe with the characters and the story, is what I was getting at. I'm just not really sure what they see in it that I don't. Have I played Shotgun King? I have not. It looks like chess, but you have a shotgun, is that correct? Have I used Influencer Clip to talk to Courier New? I don't think it would work, actually. Courier New strikes me as someone who, like, doesn't have social media, who wouldn't give a shit, basically. Like, they seem completely, they produce works for these various fandoms, like sort of an ephemeral nature spirit, but never actually interact with them more than that. So, I don't have high hopes of ever being in contact with Courier New. I'm not seeing an Alexander. I think this is where Alexander is supposed to be, no? Have I missed the Alexander after all this, or is he higher up somehow? Oh, wait, there's hope. You can go higher up. I really like the secret areas in these games, but it's a shame, like, as I said, coming across this for the first time is really cool and satisfying, but coming back just to get an item, that's sort of what the whole game becomes, is like, the wonderment really only lasts for one playthrough. And then after that, it's sort of more mechanical. I think that actually was where Alexander is supposed to spawn, which is bad. I went the wrong way? I'm pretty sure this is where Alexander spawns. Unless I can get up there? Can I? Is there another path by the dragon? I don't think so. I could check, though. Because I think if I keep going this way, I get spat back in an area I've been. I remembered fighting him, like, on this big flat bit, sort of where the dragon is currently. Because that's known ground down there. I've already been there. Is he at Radon's arena? Does he just chill out there? Really? Until you talk to him? Yeah, I sort of remember him being where this dragon is right now. Do I have to fight the dragon? It's just chilling out. Okay, I'm gonna go look in Radon's arena, I guess. It won't take too long to get back here now that I have the grace, fortunately. It's a very sleepy dragon. Kill the dragon, reload. Fight the dragon anyways. I've done enough of that, I think, for one lifetime. Fight the dragon in Fair Missoula. Oh my god, there he is. No fucking kidding. He really just stays here for the rest of his life.
As luck would have it, there's
A veritable mountain of warriors' bodies right here.
the
Bodies found here are exceedingly fine.
Who could expect any less from the very warriors who fought in the
It is nice to do Alexander's quest for once. In every other challenge run in existence, they kill him on sight and take his lesser shard.
I'll grow even stronger.
Yep,
Just you wait
bro is a pawn.
next we meet.
Now to Gelmir. Alright, we do the checklist now. Well, this is payback. We skipped accidentally the Magic Scorpion quest line, which would have taken this long anyway, so this is how we recoup that loss in both stream time and DPS. That's where I fought the strong gravity guy. Yeah, Radon was the first really hard fight of the run, I think. Took a lot of attempts, mostly because I just didn't really know how to fight Radon very well. A good example of a boss that you can sort of cheese and burst down pretty easily on a first playthrough, but actually learning all the attacks is quite difficult. Have I fought Freddy Fazbear? There is, like, in the latest game, Rune Bear is notorious for being, like, one of the hardest bosses in the game, despite being a normal enemy. I'm going to assume that's who Freddy Fazbear is in this context.
Oh, mountain of fire! Bake me in your flame.
Alexander is in the sauna.
Ah, good sir. What business might you have in such a place as this? I hardly think you're here to temper yourself with flame.
From it, they're really making int builds to sell this is weird fetish shit to make their build good. Yes, you have to do the incest quest to get your int charm. That really was the biggest blunder in this run, was not doing the magic scorpion quest. I locked myself out of it before I realized. Because that's like 15 or 20% to magic damage flat, which is really strong.
Above the lofty clouds, the icy giant's peak doth
soar. Here lieth the flame of ruin, which ever burning roars.
Very cool, Alexander.
Perhaps I'll head eastward.
What a good idea. Okay, now does he go to the fucking mountaintops? I don't even recall ever meeting him at the mountaintops. I think I just saw him in Fair Missoula immediately. So I'll just try going back here. Dragon Temple. Oh, I thought I said left. It was like the left beef section of the temple, but it's the lift, in fact.
Yo, Andrew, says chat. Yo, LinkX. Yo, what's up?
Oh, he lets you summon him for Fire Giant. I didn't even know that. You miss out on lore if you don't do NPC summons, which is kind of sad. It's a bit of that good old ludonarrative dissonance striking again. If you're the hardcore
Get good Souls player,
then you never summon the NPCs and you miss out on their... Oh my god. Dude, that was like a swish. I fell down the one perfectly aligned death hole in the whole map. Okay. What is the black stuff that comes out of Kara's eyes? Does it taste good? That is... what was it? Bodacious black liquid sorrow flavored fruit gushers juice, I believe, from Homestuck. Kara's a big Homestuck nerd. What was the actual name? Was it Bodacious Blue Raspberry Holocaust I was thinking of, and the black one was a different name? Okay, now I go back up the big long path. Hottest Undertale character? Referring to Kara's eye juice? Oh, Alexander conveniently just pushed the dragon off the cliff while it was sleeping and vanquished it.
Ah, I see you finally made it here yourself. The city hanging in the air is
Alright, make your bets, chat. Does Alexander's questline have a happy ending? You have 5 seconds to get your bets in. We work on channel points.
It was practically a god. I doubt there's another soul out there who could have done the same. Of course.
No? You have so little faith, guys.
Great Alexander among many.
I wonder how many fanfics people have written about getting a different ending for Alexander's questline. I know there's at least one for Blythe's. There's probably 1,000, but I know there's at least one. There's probably some Alexander, like, save the pot fix, you know?
You are ready then, I take it?
He might actually kill me if I'm not careful, because he could one-shot. Oh my god. Fucking Alexander? I thought he opens with the Shoryuken attack, but he just aced me. Alright, so the real boss fight now is Alexander himself.
Alexander is such a truly tragic character. I truly changed my life, and I'm so sad.
I don't know why that was Chills saying that instead of Vati or something, but you get the point. Yeah, Miyazaki does really have a bit of a fetish for killing off all the likable characters at the end of their quest lines. It'd be nice to have something left in the world worth saving after the end of all this, Miyazaki, but...
I am the great Jar warrior, Iron Fist Alexander. Lend me strength, O warrior. Let us become one.
He's gonna do his big attack. Oh, the dagger's procced before... Okay, I was gonna let him hit me with his attack, you know, because I have the bubble, but, oh well, unlucky.
This vessel was found lacking.
Oh, I thought I just
My thanks.
had to execute him.
I knew you were the stuff of champions. It was a marvelous battle. I implore you, take what I bequeath from inside me. All vessels are destined to one day break. But the great Alexander lived as a warrior to his last.
Pogs in chat for Alexander. Alright. RIP, and say hello to 15% extra damage. It was all worth it, maybe. Everyone can give their own opinions on whether the preferable outcome for his questline was that, or rifling through the sands of Caelid for presumably the rest of time. Hello there. Why did I fight him? Oh, he just wanted to... He's basically like Siegmeyer if he was a little bit more honest with himself, you know. He goes through this whole quest line of, I want to be the strongest warrior, then he realizes at the end of the day, he's just not good enough. He's just not as cool as you, and he never will be. And so, I don't know, in a fit of despair, I guess, he just says, fight me to the death. I want to be killed by you. Which, you know, his life probably could have gone in a more positive direction if we'd gotten to him a bit earlier, but it's just that kind of world out here, I guess. The Onion Knight from Dark Souls, yeah. I said, I don't think Siegmeyer ever... Does he ever really, like, admit to himself that he's kind of a fraud? I don't know if he does. I think ultimately he gets killed by his own daughter because he's too much of a fuck-up. Or at least that was Hawkshaw's interpretation. It's a bit ambiguous exactly what happens. Oh, he goes hollow after... yeah, that's another way of looking at it. He goes hollow after realizing that he's kind of a dipshit. Okay, well that's not the usual opening play, but it works. Oh, that's bad time to... Oh, you can dodge underneath him. That's so cool. I didn't know that. And probably shouldn't ever need to know that, because that's really dangerous, and I shouldn't do that. Alright, that's 1800 damage. That's... You can see the bonus damage is kicking in. Pretty nice. Alright, fire? Gonna hit me some fire? No, he's gonna... That was a fast phase 1, wow. Alright, might as well take a sippy, take the other sippy. So that was the big boy strat too, no bubble phase 1, and I managed to do it pretty well. Now I just have to be consistent here and not okay, run away. His second head does the fire afterward. That's what I learned on a previous attempt. Dark Souls and Elden Ring is so bizarre, says chat. It is. That's what people like about it. Oh, he has Okay, for some reason I thought I would just outdistance him there. That was really dumb. He's giving me the shitty attacks, though, unfortunately. Yeah, it's just like a weirdo fantasy setting. It doesn't have the usual tropes, it has its own deranged tropes. Oh, the tail. Oh, you were winding up a tail sweep after the lightning. That's unfortunate. But that was a really smooth fight otherwise. I got through phase 1 pretty well there. I think that the 50% damage is really going to go towards speeding up phase 1, because that's when I can get the really reliable staggers and just pound him with the Ashes of War. Elden Ring should add God Home. Boss Rush DLCs are pretty nice, actually. Like, I didn't really appreciate how cool they were until, well, you know, God Home itself. And that's what really encouraged me to, like, get really good at Hollow Knight, was just replaying the bosses over and over again. Sekiro has a boss gauntlet now that they patched in, like, way after it released. So maybe one day Elden Ring will have the same thing. That's sort of what challenge runs turn into anyway, because this game is so open-ended in terms of, like, the progression. It really is just, like, running from boss to boss and picking up any items you need, like you're shopping for groceries. OMG, you're literally me? I'm not sure what you mean. Previously, you commented on the deranged tropes being amputees and giant trees. I do like a giant tree. I'm not sure where the amputees fit in. Are there really that many amputees in the Souls series? I don't know. Is it chest hair or feathers? That's for you to decide. Wait, what's he doing? Oh, that was fucked up. I for some reason I tried to buffer a dodge, but the input was eaten by something. Okay, that's... I forget what I did last time. Like, I didn't use the physic, but... Or maybe I did use the physic and I just didn't get hit? Because not using the physic is what makes the timing there different, and what made me die that time. But it wasn't an issue the run before that. Has incest become more mainstream since Game of Thrones? I don't know. I really don't know. I have not watched Game of Thrones. I mean, the reason there's incest in this game is because it's literally written by George R.R. Martin, so it's not much of a logical leap. You're also talking about Rick and Morty? Is there new Rick and Morty incest that dropped? I don't know. I have no idea what Rick and Morty's doing now that Justin Roiland has been cast out of heaven or whatever. I haven't watched that since, like, season 2, I think. It's a Berserk thing? Oh, there's incest in Berserk, yeah. There's definitely some of that. The last giant and fire giant do mid-battle amputations. That's true. That's me not playing Dark Souls 2. I don't know that crucial lore. That's weird. My stamina depletes for like 1 second, and then it stops depleting, and then it starts again. It's like I go out of combat briefly while running toward him for some unknown reason. Okay, give me the second lightning. Where the fuck's the second lightning, Placidus Axe? There we go. That's what I want. Lump. Oh, tactical nuke incoming. Very cool. Alright, what you got? What's... Oh, fire. That's fine. Not the most interesting attack to dodge. Big damage. You'll have to see it. What's he doing? Okay, luckily he spared me. I think I got a bit greedy with that stagger. I tried to go for too many attacks. Thippy. Okay, there's the lad. Maybe I just won't try to be very aggressive here. What's he doing? Oh, lightning. Lightning is fine. I can cope with lightning. Okay, not safe to attack here because he can do the fire. He can do the fire. Okay. Nice. Okay, he's teleporting again. Mercifully, the lock-on still maintains itself between teleports. Oh! Tactical nuke. I'm not sure I've seen him do that in Phase 2 yet. He's full of surprises. Oh, okay. Here comes... I'm not sure... This is the first time he does it? You sort of have to run to the side. Why are you so far away, Plassy? What you doing? Oh. Okay. There he is. Okay. Okay. Fire, just run away. Another fucking nuke. He's trying to wait out my bubble tier. He's actually, like, countering my build here by wasting an inordinate amount of time. Praise the damage, though. I'm glad this build at least has kind of baller damage. Because it doesn't have much else. Oh, is he doing Phase 3? Oh shit. That's really bad. Although the bubble tier might save, it could save me actually. Oh, this is the problem with running towards him. Is I think I did it. I'm actually behind him. Holy shit. Okay, it could have been way more damage there if I had reacted faster, but holy shit. Okay. Why is he doing it again? Placidusax, what the fuck? I've never been this far in the fight before. This is completely new. This pitiful 150 damage from the magic daggers. I'm helping. The chest hit box. I dodged it. I passed the test, guys. I passed the test. What's he doing? Placidusax? I can't see. He's gonna do fire, or I have to assume that he's gonna do fire. Fucking tense, man. Okay, here's the fire. Oh, I don't know which direction he's doing the fire now. I've never seen this pose exactly. Come on. Oh. Feels good. Alright, well that wasn't the most glorious or choreographed ending to the fight, but it worked. The strat worked. I tanked the laser with the bubble. 24th try, exactly, yeah. Alright, that was all Shard of Alexander. It was all him. Alexander was crucial to beating this fight. He's the real victor here. Alright. And now I can get his remembrance. I can unlock 2 weapons that I'm not allowed to use in this challenge run. Very cool. 28,000 souls, is that it? It's not even that high, I gotta be honest, but I guess he's not the hardest boss in the game or anything. Magic daggers were MVP? Kind of? Like, he only staggered once in that whole fight, though. That's kind of what the magic daggers are for, is to stagger. Who do I have left? Well, I tossed around the idea before of trying to fight Moog, but really, I'd fight Moog if I could just go and fight him, but I have to fight Nile first, and I'm actually more scared of Nile than I am of Moog, so I could easily see getting cock-blocked by Nile for like an entire stream, so I think I'm just going to cut my losses and beat the game. I'm not doing Millennia, holy fuck. You know how unreasonable it is to fight, I've never fought Millennia at all, first off. I've never even made it to her zone, even in a casual playthrough. But also, never once getting caught off guard by waterfowl, which will one-shot me. That's not happening, I'm afraid. Let's pop the Rembrandts. Oh, I still have Horaloo here, huh. He doesn't give a halberd, though, so... Oh, well. Let's pop some souls. Only 30k for Hora. These don't really scale very well, do they? There it is. This one too, for fun. But that one's more runes than Horaloo. Alright, and guess what we're going to do with all these delicious levels? That's right. Waste them on a mind dump. That's 5 levels in mind. I want some... I can use these, I think, to get one more level. Only 106? I've only been fighting the bosses. That's kind of the level you end up at after a challenge run. Don't level vigor. Only mind allowed. There we go. Melania is the woman who pops up at the save points? No, incorrect. You fool, you buffoon. That is Melina, not Millennia. There's Melina, Mikola, Millennia, Morgott, Moog. I like memorize these ones. There's like a way of saying them that sounds like you're reading a poem. Rykard, Rani, Renala, Radagon, someone else. There's lots. Did I say Marika? All the bosses' initials are G, R, and M. Wink, wink, nod, nod. They really did that. Malekith, Marika, Michael. Shoutouts to Michael. Definitely the best character. Alright, let's beat the game, or at least try to. Radagon's not going to be easy. Elden Beast, I'm actually probably going to be an easier time to beat Elden Beast than Radagon. With all the teleporting and shit. Godfroy, the best boss in the game. Shoutouts to Godfroy, who sounds and looks like a fake boss, like a shitpost Deltarune Chapter 3 leak, but is in fact a real boss in the game. Any build okay, Claw Talisman is useless. I didn't really do jumping attacks during that fight that much, I think. Shard of Alexander's good. Probably Dagger Talisman, because I can actually get those good ripostes. Like, Placidus Axe falls down for like half an hour, which meant that it was actually better just to spam Ash of War, but Radagon just kneels down for a second and you have to stab him. Use Radagon's own Source Heal against him, maybe? Ritual Shield may be good again, because some of his later attacks aren't going to one-shot me. Actually, I need to reallocate flasks. I don't think all of this guy's attacks are going to be one-shots, because he has lots of magic spam in his phase 2. So I have to be able to tank like one hit of the magic spam. Flasks. Probably like that. Maybe a more even split if I'm actually spamming Ash of War, or if I find time to spam them. Actually, I'm probably not going to be able to heal that much without dying anyway, so I'll try that. Okay, this thing doesn't do that much, surely, in terms of damage. 27 versus 32, now that's doing jack shit, basically. Although it actually makes me tankier, though, because of the health bonus. That's how it works. Ritual Sword is good. I'll try this. What's the detailed flask lore? It's just Erdtree sap. It has healing properties. Simple as that. And I'm good to get Rani's ending, right? Like I have... Let me check if I have the... that was the point of this run, was to get Rani's ending. If I have the Great Sword, yes, okay, I should be good to get Rani's ending. This is her engagement ring, by the way. This is a high intellect girlfriend engagement sword. Alright, let's go. You ready for the part of the anime when the title track, the OP, comes in during the anime and it's hype as fuck? High IQ gamer girlfriend. If you mean she played the entire world of Elden Ring, then she is indeed a gamer. Rani basically caused the entire plot of the game. It's sort of her fault, ultimately. Marika may or may not have also played a role in instigating it, but it's kind of Rani. Blue Dancer's Charm would be good? Not really. Like, Blue Dancer's Charm, even at 0 equip load, I think is like 20 or something % bonus to physical damage, and 2/3 of my halberd's damage is magical, so it equates to like a 5% buff at best. What the fuck is this game's plot? No one really knows. That's the fun part. No one really even knows why anything happens. This is Marika, who is also her husband Radagon. They're the same person. She just turned into Radagon to fight you. They're ideologically opposed at this point, but they're the same person. It's apparently a metaphor for something called an alchemical rebus, which I don't know what that is, but someone maybe does. Main theme. Yeah, Queen Marika. Hot? Yeah, he's a bit of a pretty boy, Radagon. He's not quite the same appeal as Godfrey. He's like 13-foot tall Bara Husbando. Can I heal first? I think he just slow walks toward you because he's badass. Oh, okay. Bad start. His attacks are a bit faster than I'm used to with Placidus Axe. It's been a while since I fought a guy with a stick. No way he's tougher than Alexander. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Alexander one-shot me. That's the Elden Ring, bro. It is literally the Elden Ring. Yes. It's inside of his torso. Right there. You could touch it if you wanted to. Did he shoot lasers out of his eyes? It was his hand, actually. It just sort of looked like his eyes. Glorious. Something. Latin. Chanting. Oh, fuck. He's smaller than he looks. Oh, okay. All these attacks are really consistent to dodge, but I just haven't fought this dude in forever. Ow. That's a super grab attack. Do not... Oh, it's an explosion if he doesn't grab you. Forgot about that. You get practice fighting Godfrey because he's like, they copy-paste him as a mini-boss in Leyndell for some reason, but this guy you only fight when you beat the game. And, if you, like me, replayed this game a lot without ever actually quite finishing the run, you never actually have to fight this dude. This is a top tier fight. Yeah, Radagon's a pretty good boss fight. I even like the Elden Beast, to be honest. Some people really can't stand having to run after the boss. I don't mind that so much. I think the Elden Beast is fine. It's a more of a cinematic fight than this. This is sort of the down and dirty, take turns hitting each other with your sticks. Ooh. Oh, yep. And whoop. It's got a bit of delay. Ooh! Not on that attack, though. That one's really fast. Why is gold free there? Morgott is a couple steps away. I guess it's a Morgott's illusion. That's kind of how you have to explain it, but none of Morgott's other illusions are gold like that, so I really don't know. My best guess is that it was some lingering safeguard that, like, America set up to, like, bring back Godfrey as an illusion to defend the... I have no idea. Really, I have no idea. The sheer number of save games that almost get to the capital before they're lost to the void. No, it's always after you beat Morgott that the run dies. It's because you're like, oh fuck, mountaintops are next. Then you lose interest unless you're really committed to the run. Fuck, that attack's like a couple frames faster than it looks. I appreciate how short the run back is though for this compared to the Citisax. Maybe he can choose if the illusions are gold or not. I don't know. You can also guess, like, Sewer Moog, same question. What is Sewer Moog? Is Sewer Moog also Morgott's illusion? Why does Morgott need Sewer Moog if Morgott also just makes an impenetrable wall in the sewers until you defeat him? If the point was to safeguard the Flame of Frenzy, then the wall would do it. You don't need Sewer Moog. Or is Sewer Moog an illusion from Moog himself, because he's also an omen, and they can make illusions, apparently. In that case, why does Moog want to defend the Flame of Frenzy? Who the fuck knows? It really doesn't make any sense. There's actually, I think Zully uncovered that there's a lot of evidence that Moog himself was, like, completely rewritten. Like, he wasn't supposed to be a major character originally. He was, like, Sewer Moog came first, and then they turned him into, like, a shard bearer, which is really strange, if true. But in that case, then why is Sewer Moog still a thing? I don't know. This guy kills me really quickly. Gold free, made of golden light is a metaphor for Morgott's memory of his father being idealized. Maybe? That sounds like some Deltarune theory crafting now. Maybe. Morgott potentially would have a relationship with Godfrey. It's sort of implied that Godfrey still sort of had a relationship with Morgott even after they, you know, threw him into the sewers and all that. Because he would have had to learn to fight from someone. You think maybe... he still, like, studied combat with Godfrey. God, that's fast. I am not acclimated to fighting fast dude with stick. It's all just the big fucking dragon. The last boss I did off stream too was the Draconic Tree Sentinel, which is slow as fuck also. The Moog in Elden Ring represents pain. Shardbearer? Yet he had a Shadow Crystal. The Great Runes and the Shadow Crystals, same concept, exactly the same thing. Radagon. Golden Order man. Red hair. He has red hair. Ah, late roll. Piss. He is really just brick walling me here. I can't even observe his attack patterns because I die too quickly. Yes, it's already been established that this stream is Chapter 7. It's going to be a naked, shirtless Berdly fighting a decrepit vessel of the Order of the World, as vested by an interstellar entity. So in other words, this is Gaster. He has red hair now. He's like Goku in his final form, he grows hair. Okay, I almost preempted it too much that time because I... Oh, you roll toward that. You gotta roll toward that. Okay, okay. The magic spam. Rather go and fuck off for just a fucking second, please. I swear to God. Oh, that was a bit better than the previous attempts. By the way, when playing other games and the fanfic, I do quite a bit of voice acting. Do I... Wait, it's pretty good? Any reason? Oh, no, I don't know. I've always... I mean, I try my best and all, but I've never, like, studied voice acting or anything. Really, most of the voices that I do, I've never even tried. They weren't... It's not like I did impressions for my friends or anything before that. It's like the voices are sort of generated on the spot, then I'm usually surprised that I can do them. Okay, that was not safe, but he missed me, dude. Roll toward it. I did it. I'm a god. We're into R1 poke land now. Apparently that's safe to attack after. Good to know. That one's not safe to attack after. I didn't use the flask that time either. This is Last Breath Ralsei Phase 4. Well, this is still the first form of the final boss. Last Breath is when it turns into a space Pokemon. He triple nuked me. Oh wait, are you still watching the Placidusax fight? You might be behind in that case. The triple nuke was back when I was fighting the dragon, not this guy. Radagon has a nuke attack, but it's much less impressive than Placidusax's. Just run away. Like that. Oh! Okay, I actually dodged it correctly, surprisingly. The jump attack talisman may actually be good against this dude, because, you know, humanoids, a lot of the time you're trying to close the gap while also dealing damage, and that's what jump attacks are for. Whereas the Shard of Alexander, I'm not seeing a lot of opportunity in this fight to cast the magic daggers. Maybe there is, I just have to get more familiar with it first. Oh, you killed me, then hit me twice more. That's all you meant. Yeah. I swear, like, they could patch it, but they just keep it in because it's a feature of the games at this point. So that the enemies always keep attacking for like a solid 2 seconds after you're dead. It's just kind of funny. It's either some like a really profound engine jank that they can't work around, or they just keep it in because it's funny. It ties into the Germa's "I'm killing you" rant, right? Is like that the vibe the enemies give off is that they're just these mindless killing machines that they don't even care if you're dead yet. They just want to keep hitting you. Oh. Okay, that's not how you dodge that attack. You can just roll behind them there and you're fine. Strong attack. That's a fucking... There's not much of a tell on that one for when he's gonna release it. I like how you can attack safely there. That's what makes bosses fun a lot of the time, is actually when you can attack in between their combos if you know the timings well enough. That's what makes Godfrey really fun. That was greedy as fuck. He's doing the teleporting now. It's bad. This is when the fight gets really sketchy. Oh, okay, he tracks you too well to run behind him. Cool attack, though. Thank God Germ is just an Elden Ring character. Why so much gold? He's Radagon of the Golden Order. It's kind of his thing, dude. Don't take that away from him. He's been locked in a tree for the last 3,000 years, purely because of how fucking much he loves the Golden Order for some reason. So Radagon's weird, lore-wise. Aside from the fact that he is America somehow, and it's never actually explained what the fuck that means, it's just this really metaphysical thing that you have to accept, is that America at some point became disillusioned with the Golden Order and chose to shatter it, but Radagon tried to repair it. I'm dead. So Radagon is like the half of America, metaphysically, the part of her that is unwilling to accept flaw in the Order, who is led by blind faith and is refusing to change, I guess. That's the most coherent way I think I could interpret it. Because Radagon has absolutely nothing to gain at this point. Like, the Golden Order is through with him. It's fucked him over. He doesn't have anything to like gain by serving it, but he still does. He's kind of like Morgoth, actually. And that he's like giving his entire life to defend a system that has done nothing but abuse him, which is very strange. So he's in a bit of a wretched state at this point, character-wise. That's a fucked up combo. I don't like that. Oh my god, that's a nightmare to dodge. As is that. Alright. I can take some hits. Like just a couple. I was close enough that the residual damage didn't hit me. Lucky. I can tank the stomp. Also lucky. Oh, that's bad. Gold Breaker! Very cool, Radagon. Everyone is very impressed. Oh, I thought he would stagger there. Uh-oh. Gold Breaker! I'm dead. And that's one attack I wish didn't one-shot me. The charge. It's a very effective heal punish, and if it one-shots me, then it just turns your heal into an instant death. What the fuck's the Golden Order? So, the Golden Order is a name for both the establishment. It was like the ruling establishment of the world. They, you know, built this city and stuff. But it's also like literally the laws of reality, because the way that the Elden Ring works is that the way I think of it is it's sort of like getting access to the init file on the Minecraft server. Like, if you control the Elden Ring, you can literally control, like, the way that reality behaves. And it's pretty vague, but, like, the most obvious way that it works is, like, Marika removed the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. And so, effectively, that it stopped the natural process of, like, life and death, and she replaced it with her own version of it, which was this other... It's pretty interesting, actually. It's sort of like... a literal version of how, like, religions work when, like, one religion usurps another. Is like, death used to work in this way. Like, people had these rituals and beliefs about what death was, and then the new establishment takes over and suddenly death works in this new way. But with the Elden Ring, it's like, literally, the establishment not only controls what the belief is, they control what reality is and, like, how it actually works, regardless of if you believe in it. But the power of the Elden Ring is also weirdly finite. Like, I'm literally fighting a dude holding the Elden Ring, and I'm getting him to half health, is what I'm saying. Yeah, why can't you just instant kill you? That's the kind of the question with all these things, is that at the end of the day, I'm just some dude with, like, who's gotten roided up on the strength of runes. It's sort of just a feature where, of these Soulsborne universes where, like, godlike beings tend not to be omnipotent. They're still sort of just really strong dudes, which is necessary for, you know, video game bosses. Why does Berdly want to access the source code? Because Berdly wants to become Elden Lord. That's all these Tarnished dudes. You're a Tarnished in the game. The Tarnished are the followers of Godfrey who were exiled, like, ages ago from the Lands Between. That sucked. Were cast out of the Golden Order, basically, but are now being summoned back that the Golden Order has fallen to reclaim control. They were like a weird contingency plan that doesn't really make sense if you think about it too hard, but we don't do that. And so the Tarnished essentially, their whole culture is based around, like, yeah, one day you're going to get called back to the Lands Between to reclaim your rightful place as the Lord of the Elden Ring, basically. And then a lot of the endings in the game involve, like, rejecting that, because it's a pretty stupid fucking reward at the end of the day. Because this world is fucked beyond repair, which is what they don't tell you before you sign up, I guess, is that, like, you're fighting to become the lord of a kingdom of, like, zombies and dragons and monsters and shit that no one in their right mind would actually want to rule over. That was not a good time to dodge. Attack. Okay, that's his combo. Fuck that attack. At least it doesn't do that much damage for some reason. I can actually tank it. He has a 4th hit, dude. He's got a 4th hit. You'd watch a lore video, but hearing it from me is more interesting. Vati does a very good job with the lore. I'm kind of torn right now between, like, Vati's the classic, of course. Vati is the, like, he's like the pope of Soulsborne lore. Everyone knows Vati. And his videos now are incredibly well produced. They're basically like little cinematic features that, like, go over the lore of the game. But there's also, like, alternative schools of thought that are, like, that seem like more accurate and more interesting in some cases, but they don't have the clout of Vati to, like, really flesh them out or give them, like, a cinematic presentation. Remember Epic Name Bro? Is that, like, a really old Dark Souls dude? I wasn't into Dark Souls from the beginning. Oh, that was not safe to attack, apparently. So, I don't know a lot of, like, the really old faces in the scene.
Oh, Berdly, you're not supposed to attack there.
So I think he input reads that, but you can actually roll out before he hits you, so it's sort of trivial to dodge, I guess. R1 pokes are the way. I think that's the one they can do a 4th hit, but I just got lucky and he didn't that time.
Golden Breaker!
That's the name of the attack. We know that because you can get this hammer, and that's the Ash of War. You know none of those people, but you might watch them. Vati is really good. Vati is just solid.
He's got the narrator voice. He's Australian or something. I thought he was English, but I think he's actually Australian.
And he always plugs his Displate merch. You know it. At least his merch is kind of cool. Like, if the YouTuber's gonna plug their merch incessantly, at least they should have cool merch. We do the jump attack opener in this house. And we poke him in the dick. Whoop. Ah, early dodge. Called my panic rolling out. Oh, I thought that was safe to attack after the stomp. I internalized that. Okay, it is not safe to attack after the stomp. We need ram swag? Yeah, we do. I think the swag has to come after we have, like, ram assets, though. That lore is a confusing subjective mess in a good way. Kind of is. There's, if you like it, you like it. You sort of have to learn to cope with it either way. That the lore is not really meant to be completely figured out. Like, the ambiguity really is a core part of these stories and these games. It's not like an error. It's intentionally written, for better or for worse, to be interpretive. Which I think is supposed to channel the idea of this being, like, historical or, like, mythological. It's because no one really knows. It sort of wouldn't be myth anymore if there was a concrete answer to everything. It would just be history, or... well, history is like that too, but... I think the best example of that is the fact that America and Radagon are the same person. That's like... it's such a weird fucking thing. It's so weird out of context, but then in the context of, like, other, like, religious lore and, like, in, like, Hindu mythology, there's a lot of that, like, gods having different aspects, or, like, different people with the same kind of name. So it's, like, within the context of, like, trippy mythological shit, it makes perfect sense. It's just weird to parse into a literal narrative that you can interact with. How much racism is in the lore? Tons. Mondo racism. Vast amounts of racism. The whole, like, omen curse is, like, the babies were born with horns, they threw them into the sewers and shit. The misbegotten, they're all, like, a slave race. Basically, the omen and the misbegotten seem to be references to the primordial crucible, which is sort of like the earlier version of the Erd Tree religion. Kind of. It's sort of like, I guess, Judaism versus Catholicism is the best comparison to the real world. Where it's like, before these were considered sacred, but now the new regime has made them unholy because they don't fit in with the spirit of the times. So the misbegotten went from being blessed by the Erd Tree to being, like, essentially slaves. And so a lot of the endings of the game inevitably involve, like, rejecting the Golden Order and putting in a new system because of problems like that. And the Frenzied Flame ending is the whole, like, that's all about essentially people who were oppressed by the Golden Order, their despair manifested into, like, or either manifested or summoned this sort of chaotic evil deity that just wants to destroy the world. And so it's an interesting metaphor for, like, you know, the resentment of the oppressed kind of just leading to destruction in the long term. There's lots of stuff going on with that. Any McDonald's anecdotes? A couple. I worked at McDonald's for 2 years, by the way. So I worked in the drive-thru a lot of the time. And also the cash, so I was front end, which is where you usually get, like, the weird stories. There wasn't a ton of just, like, super crazy, like, irate Karens or anything like that. There was, like, maybe one that I remember. She was, like, a textbook, just ridiculous, like, screaming woman. But the guys that I remember were these two dudes who came through the drive-thru all the time. And they had this really particular vibe. There was always two dudes in the car. There was, like, a younger, skinnier dude who was driving, and sort of like an old fat dude in the passenger seat. And they had the vibe of, like a duo in a cartoon. It was like they're a comedy duo, these two guys, and they always wore suits. And they had some, like, this officious air. It was like, if I had to guess what the fuck their deal was, they were like a lawyer and his understudy, you know, going for lunch or something. That's the air they had. But it was always the old dude in the passenger seat who would like talk to me, and they were regular customers, so they would recognize me and stuff. And I think he said like, what did he give as his origin story? He was like, I'm a psychologist, or like he studies psychology, like at university or something. But he would always call me like, it'd be like, hey, it's the psychologist, because that was like his opener for some reason. It was like, hey dude, I can tell you've got a way of like talking to people. I think you'd be good at psychology. And I'm like, whatever the fuck you say, sir, this is a Wendy's. But basically that became his shtick. It was like, hey, it's Mr. Psychologist. And then he'd always kind of like talk to me a little bit. But I don't know. I kind of was left with the conclusion. I don't know, ultimately to this day, I don't know what the fuck their deal was. My theory became that they were like part of some sort of cult. Like they were like high-level Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons or something. And they were playing like the slow burn on like indoctrinating me. They were getting really chummy. That may be an unfavorable reading on my part, but like the fact that they were both wearing suits, they both had this like weird intangible vibe that I can't really describe. The fact that he was so quick to like compliment me on something that I didn't really think was a perceptible trait, and like stick with that so much, it felt like he was trying to sell me something, but he never sold me anything. It was the most peculiar part. It was like the interactions never culminated in anything, and to this day I'll never know. I was completely... It was solely my reptile brain fighting Radagon that last attempt. I had no idea what was happening. Unsafe. Take the fucking strong attack in the middle of his combo and expect not to die? Why did they do that? You're trying to make passing conversation with a stranger? No, but it was like every time though. It was these guys came by every time, and it was always like it was me, and I forget the exact conversations that we had. They were like short, but they had a vibe that I can't describe quite. It was like I always felt like there was a catch. What do I think of piracy? It's pretty good. Ultimately, I think, I mean, I speak as a person who's pursuing a career in game development myself. Basically, just, how did I say it once? Like, anti-piracy is a way to force people who hate you into having to give you money. Whereas, if you're actually any good as a studio, and you're doing it right, people won't hate you. And people will buy your game regardless of whether or not they're able to pirate it, or at least enough of them will that you can still make a profit. Like, people are always going to pirate your game regardless, even if it's an indie game, because people just don't have money or for various reasons. And that's fine as long as like just ultimately you take that into account as like that's going to factor into the profit, and then apparently games can still be profitable with that. So I think that should just be a part of the challenge, is maintaining good enough PR so that fewer people pirate your game. I like that idea. Alright, Radagon, let's go, mate. Let's go back at it. Is it a follow-up? Nope. He waits for the AoE to go on patiently. Go to breaker! Nice. Dagger's Talisman probably isn't worth it just for that one hit, but, you know. Oh, that's not a good place to stand. for some reason they felt the need to give this dude like massive area denial spells in addition to just constant spam. I didn't think it would hit me there. Oh, he's doing his big attack. He's doing the big attack. Yeah, it's also, there's Toby in chat saying it's a compliment if someone's willing to go through the tedium of pirating your game just to get it. Like, you lose the money, but you gain the cred. Why can't you just stab his chest while he's stunned and take the ring? He glued it in place, maybe. He's got Gorilla Glue on that. Back in the day, people would, the only streaming service was Netflix, and people could pirate music, or movies, but preferred to watch it on Netflix because it was convenient. I was paraphrasing because I was also trying to dodge Radagon, but yes, that's the classic Gabe Newell thing about piracy as a service issue. There's sort of, the school of thought that I fall into is that there's two types of people. There's people who will pirate the game no matter what, because they don't have enough money, or they're just that kind of person. And there's people who may or may not pirate your game, depending on various factors, such as whether it's convenient, whether they want to boycott you, whether whether they think it's overpriced. And so those people you can control. And so, like, trying to stamp out all piracy leads to these very draconian, dystopic measures that don't really even work that well at the end of the day. And so instead of all that bullshit, just market toward the people who aren't 100% going to pirate the game, and make sure they don't want to pirate it, because it's convenient to get, and it's not overpriced, and you're not committing war crimes in your spare time. I know a lot of people also pirate games just to try them out, like as an alternative to Steam refunds. Like, if you don't know if a game's good, you pirate it and then maybe buy it if it's impressive. I don't know. I think if I did that personally, I would end up buying a lot of games and then just, you know, conveniently forgetting to ever actually pay for them. But some people do that. Personally, I tend to buy games just because I really respect, you know, the art of making them, and I like supporting people who make games that I like. But that's also reliant on me having enough spare, you know, cash to do that easily. Oh, big attack. Oh, I didn't jump early enough. Can you not jump that? Maybe I should just roll that. There's not really a point to jumping unless I'm trying to be super aggro. That was the best attempt yet, I think. Yeah, it sounds stressful to play a game for an hour and then trying to figure out if you're going to refund before the time's up. Yeah, it does feel a bit stressful. I've never actually tried that myself. I've never... Well, I buy so few games. Like, if I buy a game, it's because I'm 99.9% sure that I'm going to like it. So I've never actually had a reason to refund anything. But people who just try lots of random shit, that's much more important. I'm just not in that demographic. Hit me. You can attack him from neutral pretty safely, it seems, which is it's always a nice feature of a boss. You don't have to wait for the boss to attack first. I say that before getting wrecked as I attack from neutral. Sometimes it works. God, that was dumb. I'm not fighting this guy like I die in one hit. I'm fighting this guy like I can tank him. Which is... I've sort of lost the fear, I think, of this run. Whereas, I think if I were to do this faster, to get through this faster, I would just fight him really defensively for a while until I learned his moveset, and then I would attack, but... I don't know, I'm just having more fun slapping away at him. Oh, Odson had to refund something because of lag. That's too bad. Speaking of which, the new Elden Ring patch turned on ray tracing by default, which meant that the first thing after booting it up, you're locked to 30 FPS and it's chugging. It's I'm not sure why they did that. It's sort of like how at the start of the game they spawned the Vagabond class with 2 weapons equipped and fat rolling. It's like they just like to vibe check you before you're allowed to actually enjoy the game. Like, make sure you check your settings, otherwise you're gonna get fucked. Fuck me. See, that's the attack it's safe to follow up on, is the big overhead one. It's like the Abyss Watcher's logic, is that if they do a ground slam attack, it's always safe to follow up. Golden Breaker! What's he doing? Oh. That was weird. Can I backstab him? I probably shouldn't have tried that. Comfortably dodging most of his magic spam now, though. That's nice. Pokes. It's not giving me the best patterns here. The magic spam can get a bit excessive in Phase 2 sometimes. What's he doing? Oh. Alright. Oof. Okay. That had longer range than I thought. Yeah! Hit that ground, Radagon! Yeah! Golden Breaker! Oh. Okay, it's easier to dodge if you're closer to him. What the fuck is that? Is that, do I have a group on? I think I made a group. I think someone else is fighting Radagon in the same, who's watching the stream, maybe. What game you gonna make Deltarune Chapter 3? You mean after? I don't know. Hopefully Chapter 3 comes out before Ram does. Am I allowed spells? Can you cast spells with the halberd? That's the only questions you have to ask. Is can I do it without holding anything in my hand except the halberd? That golden stomp, I've failed, I think, every single time to dodge that so far. It's just the timing is a bit delayed. Ooh. Golden Breaker! Oh, that's the lightning. He thinks he's Gwyn or something. Look at this dude. Oh, that's fucking... I take one extra R1, then you telefrag me. What's my Ash of War? Carrion Glintblade Phalanx, that one. I haven't used it at all yet. Maybe I should try using that. It's got really good stagger potential, and I do have the Dagger Talisman. I should probably have the jump attack one instead of Shard of Alexander, though. Because I'm not going to be doing the follow-up very much, I think. I should try the follow-up after his big slam attack. I should see if I can do the full Ash of War. When he staggers, no, he doesn't stagger for that long. I'm going to want to go for the riposte. Law, law. No flask. Oops. The very tip of the hammer just cut my throat. Okay, you drink the flask before you start the fight. I don't know if that's still a glitch with Radagon. You used to be able to just sort of walk toward him when he's doing his slow walk at you, and he would just get to you and stop and not know what to do. He would just sort of like stand there with you awkwardly sort of facing into his abdominal muscles. Thoughts on Pilk? I feel like I'm gonna get Ligmud if I ask what that is, so I'm just not going to. Oh, you used the flask, you buffoon. Oh, that's a fucking bullshit combo, Radagon. It's Pepsi and milk. I actually, when I was a kid, I used to like that for some reason. It was Coke and milk mixed together. It sounds disgusting until you realize that's sort of what a root beer float is. It's just soda and milk products together. So, yeah, in theory, it's not bad. Oh, that's too bad, Mel. Looking up Elden Ring torrent does indeed give you pirate websites and not the horse. Carbonic acid spoils the milk? It doesn't curdle. In theory, like acid in milk, but you can put lots of acidic things into milk without actually curdling it for some reason. I'm not really sure how it works. Like, root beer floats are a classic thing. Like, no one complains about root beer floats existing. What's the Kello Mori drink? That's Orange Joe. Which, it's unknown what exactly it is. It's some sort of, like, cold brew espresso with orange juice in it, I think. As far as anyone knows. You know what's a weird thing that curdles milk is like some kinds of tea. I've put milk into some herbal teas before that fucking curdle. It's very strange. You wouldn't think there'd be any actual like citric acid left in just a desiccated tea bag, but apparently there's enough. I didn't do the flask again. Oh, of course he hits me with the follow-up as I chug. Radagon, you're a dipshit. Rainbow-colored vanilla ice cream. Wow. That sounds like a trip. That would be kind of weird, though, because, like, your brain would expect it to have a fruit flavor, but it would just taste like vanilla. It's like M&Ms, right? There's some, like, conspiracy that the M&Ms actually have different flavors depending on the color, but they don't, or I don't know. Stream is only 2.5 hours. That's not bad. I was sort of afraid that this could be another stream of just dying to Placidusax. But I should have enough time to learn Radagon and kill the Elden Beast. 911. Oh my god. I thought I had enough time to dodge out there. Alright, Radagon, yep. He just missed me twice. Like I didn't dodge those attacks. The college got rid of it because people hated it. The fuck? Why was your college, as an entity, producing vanilla ice cream with rainbow colors? What part of the college was responsible for this duty? It had a weird name that made it more exciting. Bodacious Blue Raspberry Holocaust strikes again. Gay cream, maybe. That's what I would call it. Yeah. Italian Jim's homosexual ice cream dispensary. Fucking early roll! Why am I so dog shit at dodging this man? I'm shit at it. Oh my god. Damn it. I better be able to, like, mend the Elden Ring with the mending rune of having nipples or some shit after this. Or convince Rani to, actually. We're just putting Rani in charge. We have to ask her nicely afterward to add nipples to the Elden Ring. I forgot to drink the flask again, damn it. Something. Lyrics. Is my brain just not turned on here? Like, why am I'm getting crushed by this dude. I feel like I'm just not even really trying. I've become like too relaxed almost. I'm not focusing hard enough. Smartopias between... Rani's ending is pretty hard to parse because it was like butchered in the English translation to an extent. So it's like I'm going to take all of the faith and the mysticism and like move it out into space where no one has to fuck with it anymore and it won't govern the lives of men. And but that's like only in the Japanese translation and it's different in the English one. It's kind of more ambiguous what she means. Ah, fuck. What was going on in my head there? I felt like I could strafe that for some reason. Why am I trying to strafe his attacks? I don't know his moveset. Go Dubnica! Oh, I said I was going to try the phalanx there. That's my opportunity. Oh. Fuck. Slightly too late. Scooper Hero? That was the ice cream? Scooper Hero! It sounds like someone's attack in an anime. Like a One Punch Man character would scream, Scooper Hero! And then do some bullshit. What do the bosses do after the player dies? Who knows? Theoretically, the best part about the Souls games is that it's like, it may or may not be diegetic, depending on whether it's convenient for the writers or the plot at the moment that the character diegetically respawns. Even in Elden Ring 2, like there's a mechanism, it's established that like people come back from the dead maybe, but it's not, no aspect of the game actually like treats it as if you do. The bosses just respawn every time, the enemies all respawn. No one learns anything, no one roasts you for dying 10 times in their boss fight. It makes it kind of hard to take seriously as a plot point. Fast stomp, dude. I can feel later on that attack. I think I'm dodging a bit too early in some cases, but he has some pretty varied timings, to be fair. Yep, I didn't dodge that one that time either. Sippy. If he hits me with that teleport, I think he'll like stun lock me into a death combo, basically. I'm dead. I tanked it somehow. Alright. Can I just heal up here? Thank you, sir. Might of Zeus. Oh, the AoE from the bolt got me. The bosses take their smoke breaks. That's the thing in Ultra Kill, right? With the secret bosses. Is that only the super bosses acknowledge that you're respawning to fight them and no one else does? That's funny. I have no idea if that's ever going to be elaborated on in that game, but it's interesting. So the new Ultra Kill update, eh? I haven't mentioned that. I'm not sure if I've ever talked about Ultra Kill on stream, but... they have a new update, half of which I'm probably never going to be able to interact with because it's gated behind the Prime door, but the Credits Museum, holy shit, what a thing. Probably the most elaborate version of credits ever created in the history of mankind, if I had to guess. It's a whole fucking museum they made just to hold the credits, with like secrets and playable demos of in-dev weapons, voice-acted plushies that you can toss around. There's an Easter egg where Gianni Magastrano Nextbots will follow you around. If that, I think that's his name. It's wacky. That shit's wacky. I got 40k subs? Yeah, I did. I did get 40,000 subs. That's pretty cool. For whatever reason, that the devlog really seemed to pull in 1 million subscribers, like relative to how many views it got, which it got a fair number of views, but it got like almost 20,000 subscribers by itself, which is wacky. Oh, I can't. It's not safe to attack there, ever. Don't do it. I'm just playing like a dipshit now. The devlog was very interesting. I think what happened is that it brought in like a new demographic, and I guess if you're dipping from the same pool repeatedly, the people who want to subscribe do, and then they return and they don't subscribe again, so that may have something to do with it. Maybe people also just are more inclined to subscribe to follow along with a devlog, as opposed to just Undertale theories, but I'm not sure really. I've seen channels with like really good production value and more videos than I have, and sometimes even more views than I have, that have far fewer subscribers. So it seems like there's an extra layer to it beyond even just how many views you get. There's like a lot of variance in how well those translate into subs. Still too early. Fuck me. Oh, forgot to do the phalanx again. Oh. Okay, that's not too bad. You just dodge it. Combo sucks, man. You can parry that, by the way. It's kind of crazy. You can parry a lot of this dude's moveset. Where is he? Whoa! That's AoE! Okay, dodged it. I was smart. Run away from the AoE before it hits you. Okay, Radagon, can you chill the fuck up? I swear once he goes, he has like a secret phase 3 at 10% health where he just spams magic for an hour. Go the breaker! This is my chance. Well, we'll never know if he could hit me after that. It's probably safe. Alright, time for the real final boss, which will probably be easier than this, but could still easily kill me. Cool cutscene though. I remember Marco the opera singer really popped off at the final boss track here. He says it was like, it made him consider the meaning of life and shit. It's pretty nice, to be fair. So here's a fun fact. Well, I won't preempt the cutscene. Here it is. The sword here is Radagon's body. You can see his ribcage and arms have become the hilt. Radagon just became a sword. Which just sort of represents, you know, his relationship with the greater will at this point. Like, he was always basically just a tool to be used. And so was Marika, because of course they're the same person. So this thing's cool. It's really cute for some reason. It's like a set of space Pokemon. In lore, this is a vassal, an emissary of essentially like an omnipotent god entity called the Greater Will. No one knows anything about what the Greater Will is, of course. But this is sort of its angel that is in charge of the entire world. So I've learned from all the challenge runs that it's really easy just to stand behind it and wail away as it does this attack. Oh, I could have hit it there. That would have been sick. Oh, I thought this attack was like a phase 2 thing. Huh. Unfortunate. Straight out of Sekiro, by the way, the Divine Dragon does that same attack. It's a sperm dinosaur. Dude, for all I know, that's intentional. Apparently the stuff that's inside it is based on a real-life galaxy cluster, or like an estimation for how the galaxies are distributed throughout the universe or something. So there's like IRL lore to that. That's cool. It super does come from space, though. It's canonically like a space alien that was sent by Space God down to Earth in a golden meteorite. Now we're back to fighting this dude. Law. I missed. Wait for the follow-up? He didn't do the follow-up. Now I attack. The AoE got me anyway, though. Poggers. Aliens in my fantasy? Yeah, they made Bloodborne. They're not going back. It's all about... There's been some, like, who is it? Smotown, I think, had an alternate take where saying that the Westerners were reading a bit too much into the outer gods being, like, cosmic Lovecraftian deities, when in Japanese it's more ambiguous, and it could, in fact, be more of, like, a Shinto kami thing, where they're, like nature spirits that represent aspects of physical reality, and they're not so much from space. But the Elden Beast is explicitly from space, so it does really lend that kind of cosmic flavor to it. But in either way, either case, the Outer Gods do represent like concepts in reality, like they're sort of manifestations of things. It's just a question of like whether they arise from those things existing, or if their existence gives rise to the concepts. Like the Scarlet Raw is supposed to be like death and rebirth, for example, and the Flame of Frenzy is like nihilism and despair. Didn't dodge the Golden Stomp. Big attack! You can dodge that one pretty early. So I have, despite my best efforts, actually sort of internalized this guy's moveset, it seems. Oh! Okay, that was looked a bit different than I'm used to. Goldubrika. Yes, it's safe. Okay, good. Just burn away. Come back in for the jumpy. Finish him off. There we go. Very nice. I still lost the flask, but that was better than previous attempts. All this for the ring. Oh, an onion ring! But dude, that onion ring is poggers. Okay, now we skip the nice cutscene, unfortunately. Sperm dinosaur, sperm dinosaur, The fire has like a deceptively small hitbox for some reason. Like you can stand pretty much like by his leg there and he won't hit you. But I don't really trust that myself. I don't know the exact positioning like the challenge runners. The lock on here probably isn't really helpful. Oh my god, I stunned him. This guy staggers for like half an hour, so I'm really gonna take my time here. Like maybe the longest stagger animation in the game, I want to say. See how much damage I just did there. This is what, like, this boss kind of needs to have this bullshit kind of running away phase, because otherwise it would go down too quickly, in my opinion. A lot of bosses in this game just die too quickly. Okay, this attack is kind of weird. All you have to do is get out of the ring before it explodes. Oh, it's doing this Divine Dragon thing. Yoink! Too early again. Fuck. I'm not accounting for the travel time. But this is very easily doable. I just need to get like one more stagger, then it's dead, basically. It looks like a corrupted axolotl. Kinda. Or an olm. Or you're saying olms look like axolotls. I do know what an olm is. They're very funny. They're those like cave-dwelling ones that... It's like a lizard tried to turn into a snake by evolving really hard but failed. They're just these goofy-looking, elongated things with 4 comically small limbs. And no eyeballs, I think. It doesn't have eyes because they live in caves. You're definitely the kind of animal that would be a metaphor for like corruption or Satan or something in medieval times. Just because it's kind of... Looks like it fucked up, basically. Somewhere along the road, it took a wrong turn to get where it is now. Kablooey! Why did I roll away from that? Every time until now I've correctly rolled toward it, but not that time. Dagger? Not so lucky. Now stagger. He fucking telefragged me, dude. That was honestly kind of sick. Like, he outplayed me pretty hard. People in medieval times thought they were dragon fetuses. Exactly what I meant. Exactly. Axolotl's pronounced ashaloch in the indigenous language. Axolotl sounds funnier, though. It's like addle-addle. Ashaloch. Kind of like, isn't Arschloch or whatever German for asshole? Sounds kind of like a German asshole. The stomp, dude? You really gonna get me with the stomp? Free and easy. Do something. Oh, I got a bit too greedy that time. You're back, what happened? I've made it to phase 2 twice, but I have died. I got phase 2 to half health pretty quickly. So it's not gonna... I don't think it's gonna take too many attempts. It's just like getting through the Radagon wall so I can fight the Elden Beast is the problem. Nothing happened since you left? I mean, if something happened, it would have been me beating the game. This is the final boss, so... if something had happened, the stream would be over. Elden Beats? More like Elden Beef. I think you meant to say Beast. We're listening to the Elden Beats, I guess. La la! La la! And they're meticulously fake Latin choirs that don't actually have meaning. That was the attack I said not to attack after because it's not safe, and it turns out that he hit me after I did that. So do the Wordle, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've done a Wordle. My preferred Wordle variant was the one that gave you a random video game screenshot and you had to guess the game. I was really digging that for a while. It was always the first-person shooters that fucked me over, though. It was like, this could be any first-person shooter between 2005 and 2015, and I don't know. Battlefield, Call of Duty, Crisis, like, it was a toss-it every time. Far Cry. Even if that's a third-person shooter, I don't know. He's got like 3 different follow-ups to that attack. Easy finish. Codebreaker! Oh, oh, oh. There we go. That's a lot of damage! Ah, really? I think you have to roll behind him, otherwise the AoE lingers and kills you. What's your favorite magic thingy? Or whatever it is in Elden Ring. What, do you mean like a plot element or like a weapon? There's a lot of ambiguity. This is a game with 7 kinds of different colored magic fire. You never heard about why beating Placida's hacks was necessary to the run. It wasn't. I just wanted to beat Placida's hacks as an additional challenge, because I never fought him before in a casual playthrough. Yeah, the color of the fire you breathe correlates with your belief system or whatever. Exactly. That's literally how it works. Okay, I did the smart thing and I dodged both attacks. What a cool guy. Jump attacks are probably the way to go here, actually. Ah, fuck the stab. Who's ever heard of stabbing with a hammer radagon? What are you doing? Oh, I thought it was too close there for a sec. But can I be cheeky? And nope, that was really dumb. Instead of just doing the riposte, I tried to summon the daggers first. The 5-hour stream. Oh, you don't think the 5-hour stream is that fun? That's a fair opinion to have. I mean, that's sort of what Elden Ring Challenge runs are, though. Like, the actual demographic who watches these, that's an expected part of it, is like, yeah, just do a couple 7-hour streams trying to fight one boss. So some people are into that. Maybe not necessarily my own viewers. That seems to work. If you back up a bit and go for the dick poke, it seems to be pretty safe. The stomp is a bit faster than I think. Oh. It's fucking off-screen AoE. That's so comical. You're glad this is ending, but no hate. Yeah. Well, this it went on long enough for sure. It seemed like I was getting tired of it. I mean, I was getting physically tired. I do enjoy this repetitive process, though. Otherwise, I wouldn't be choosing to do this on stream. It definitely is not the best for like commentary and banter, though. Like, you get mentally exhausted after a while. It's only been 3 hours. Yeah, this is going pretty quick. Have I played Pizza Tower? I have played Pizza Tower. I never actually beat it, though. Actually, I might consider, if I beat this within the next little while, I might even do a Pizza Tower addendum to the stream. That could be funny. I'm sucking hard during this fight so far. Wow. 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 It would be fun. Pizza Tower, I'm not really sure how I feel about that game. It's really cool in a lot of ways, but it's like so fucking chaotic, and I haven't acclimatized to the moveset yet. So it feels like I'm not really in control of what I'm doing. I'm just sort of like flailing around and the levels beat themselves, which is, it's not usually an aesthetic that I like too much. But if I acclimatize to it, I'm sure you could play it very intelligently, be a bit more calculated. The OST does indeed go hard. I was listening to it the other day while working. Oh, he did the follow-up that doesn't punish me for attacking like an idiot. I'm glad. Dude, his arm like extended there. You went like Professor Gadget. His arm just extended. That's like what Moog does. His trident just warps space-time, and it's always 30 feet closer to you than you think. Probably a bad time to heal, Berdly. Algae Central got Pizza Tower and does not understand the controls. Neither do I. The weirdest part to me is that, what was it? It was something very specific. It's like dashing cancels everything. Like, if you want to do any action, you have to release the dash button first. Whereas I feel like it would be more fluid if you could just do things that would cancel the dash automatically, like I forget exactly what the examples were because I haven't played it very much, but it felt like it was very much like you get locked into the dash, then you lose control, which was weird. Oops. The triple. God, it feels so bad. I'm rolling early now for some reason. I dodged the golden stomp though. It's a blessed run. That's a good omen. Stagger, please? No. Stagger, please? No. I was gonna do bullshit now, and I'm not going to be able to stagger him at this point. He's gonna teleport too much. Oh, get it! Just in time.
Super attack.
Oh, dude, did you see that? He quick-stepped behind me. Radagon is kind of crazy with the dodges sometimes. This fight would be easier with a lighter weapon. Yeah, the halberd's a bit slow. It's still plenty doable, though. I could probably get some more attacks in between his combos if I had a light weapon. Radagon of the cheating. Yeah, it's like a PvP fight. Well, it's a lot better than the actual PvP fights. I think they put Gideon Ofnir in the game just to show you how good the bosses are relative to the NPC movesets. They make you appreciate just any boss that can't dodge roll as a masterpiece. Watching Gino try to fight Gideon with fists only was just like an illustration of madness in its purest form. They put a Toho boss into Elden Ring. Slurp. Kablooey. Stupid heavy attack that I can't guarantee I'll not take damage from. Okay. Dodge the golden stomp. 2 runs in a row, dude. I'm getting cracked at this. Stagger, please. No. That combo sucks ass. Dude, I hate that combo. Stagger? Dude, that was the luckiest fucking thing. If he did not stagger on that exact hit, I would have died. I was just feeling lucky though, so I went for it. Okay, slightly too late. You want to roll late there because of the AoE, but if you roll too late, then he hits you in the face and you die. Oh yeah, also the halberd isn't that slow of a weapon, as chat has pointed out. Do I have one I can actually, no, I can't equip it. That would violate the terms of the challenge run. But imagine I was using this thing, though. The Dragon Great... Oh, I had the Great Club. Where the fuck do you even get this? They buffed this in the new patch. It now does a holy scaling, which is cool. because it's a part of the Erd tree. It was like a lore patch. What's your favorite spell in the game? The spells are tricky. Usually, it's this weird relationship where the best spells practically are usually the ones that you fucking like start with or you find in the first area, and that the later game spells are like flashier but like way less usable, which is a bit unfortunate. But I haven't done a whole lot of spell-based runs of this game. Like, incantations are very strong, but I've mainly used them as buffs so far. I guess my favorite incantation would just be the Flame of Frenzy. That's a real classic. I think someone said that it looked like in like mech games when you do like the multi-missile attacks. That looks like the Flame of Frenzy, so maybe they were channeling that from their Armored Core days. Even dodging the teleport doesn't dodge the teleport. I also like the I was trying a Clarence Beef Tank cosplay run where I only attacked using the Crucible Horn, and that one's pretty fucking funny, especially for NPCs, because it just catapults them into the air and stun locks them every time. Like, I could do the Volcano Manor questline, even though my build was like terrible. I was using one incantation, but you just stun lock, you just spam the attack, and they can't even get up. I think that's how Yimfa beat Renala in his most recent challenge run too, was just spamming the Crucible Horn stun lock. It's funny when it works. Okay, thankfully that one gives you time for 2 rolls. Okay, the streak is broken. I can no longer dodge the golden stomp. Ooh, nice. Staggered on the first hit. That's marginally more damage, maybe. Very cool. Okay, don't die to super attack, challenge, difficulty impossible. You know the drill. Right, late again, god damn it. I still have the fear of God in me from when I rolled too early and got hit by the AoE that one time. That was the no walking video? Yeah, that would have been it. Because the Crucible Horn propels you forward without actually walking, which is nice. Yimfa fan 2, why are you literally me? Because I watched, I don't know, good videos on YouTube. It's pretty niche aesthetic, good video core. Which boss has the best music in this game? It's a very hard call, but I've gone with Fortisax ultimately. Fortisax is my favorite boss theme in the game. Which by extension means it's my favorite theme in the game, because the boss music's where the shit's at. Runner-ups are like Lord of Blood is real good. The Elden Beast, really good. Some other ones, the Godskin, jumping over the Gold Stomp is easier than rolling, huh? Godskin Apostles, very good. Oops, I whiffed that. Oh! What the fuck? Okay, I rolled it, but I still got hit by the AoE for some reason. Perfect timing, finally, okay. I'm at the edge of the arena, shit. And I deal with this one. I say, fuck you, Radagon, run away. Run away from that too. And that, and that. Another one, a triple. Oh, this. Oh my god. He could have easily killed me if he'd done an attack with longer range after that stun. Radagon's brutal for the Helifrag stun lock thing. I'm gonna die from that. Fuck! Dude, I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna hit me, but I don't know. That attack could have killed him, but it did not. Greed? Yeah, basically. You could call that greed. Ludwig the Holy Blade for the best in the whole series, maybe? It is pretty damn good. Bloodborne has, I think, maybe better overall music than Elden Ring. It's hard to say. I think if you took all the Elden Ring bangers and put them next to the Bloodborne bangers, they'd be similarly sized lists, but Elden Ring just has more songs overall, so Bloodborne has a higher banger density than Elden Ring. But like Holy Blade, Lawrence the First Vicar, etc. There's lots to choose from. The Living Failures too. Much like Godskin Apostles and Living Failures, they gave one of the best themes in the game to the shittiest boss for some reason. No one knows why. Oh, the jump! It's a revolution. It's free. You just jump for now. Oh, I like that. That's a lot of damage. 44k. Oh, that's a good follow-up, actually. That seems consistent. Maybe. I say doing it once, and assuming that it'll work every time after that. Oh, okay, the AoE isn't... No, I had the flask, actually. It probably would have killed me if I didn't have the flask. Hey, Radagon, what's up? The double! The double, though. The double. Okay. I've never seen the double before. Neither has chat. Just that one time. Just some dude. I swear there's a guy, the guy who programs the FromSoft AI just has this thing where he'll put in like a combo with a weight of like 0.01% that most players will never see happen, and it exists exclusively to troll challenge runners who fight the same boss for 6 hours, and they just do this one attack that's never been seen before by humans. Because Miyazaki got pissed after he learned that people no-hit his games. He mandated that it would be impossible forever after. Or at very least that any attempt to do so would mandate immense suffering. Ooh, the rare and dangerous fourth hit to that combo. The first part of Ludwig's theme is underrated. I mean, it just doesn't quite... It's not melodic, you know. The Soul themes... Dark Souls music is kind of unimpressive in my opinion, which is like it works well in context of the games, but there's no melody, it's all very one note, it's all the same choirs and the same sort of tone, and there's nothing to latch onto that, like all the boss themes in the games blend together, for me anyway. But Bloodborne, it's the melodic ones that stand out, where it lets itself express emotions that are a bit more nuanced than just like fear and horror. And so the phase 1 of Ludwig is very fear and horror, but like there's so fucking much of that in Soulsborne soundtracks. Like if you want to get the GOAT designation, I think it's almost mandatory to do something else. That's why Gwyn's theme is such a huge, you know, mainstay of the soundtracks, is because it's the only song in Dark Souls 1 besides Moonlight Butterfly that does not sound like like, that just makes it stand out so much. Ooh, get staggered! I like that follow-up now. That's good damage. Yeah. Perfect. We'll love to see it. Ah, fuck. The AoE, dude. Rip. Oh, he didn't die, dude. I thought he would die. That's scary. Okay, there we go. Dude, are you fucking kidding? Radagon, you piece of shit. Alright. New Elden Beast attempt. Let's go. Okay, just stand back here, and you win. The triple. And then the stagger. I'm gonna do a fourth one because I got time. And then you hit him with the stagger, and that's half his health bar gone. Like, that opening is just crazy. And then you do it again. And then he does the Elden Ring attack, because it's scripted. Or not? No? Okay, it's just not doing it. I agree, though. I like the Elden Beast fight, but I definitely agree that it was just an objective missed opportunity not to allow you to use Torrent in here. That's your buddy. He could have come back for like the one final boss, but they just kind of ignore him and then leave you to very slowly walk across the entire arena. Oh, the most useless attack in the game. Very cool. What's he doing? Is that Wave of Gold? Oh no. That attack is known to be almost undodgeable, and in no-hit runs they have to specifically take precautions to not be in front of it when it does that. So that's bad. I didn't really consider that. It's also just a rare attack, so most of the time it just wouldn't do that over the course of a whole fight. Well, that's bad. Like, I saw that coming, I just literally that entire monologue went through my head before it swung its sword. I was like, oh, this is the undodgeable attack. I'm fucked. Apparently you can kind of dodge it by, like, sprinting to the side and then doing a very precise roll, but I don't know. You wish Elden Beast became stronger depending on how much of the game you did. Yeah, that would be cool. That's sort of what they tried to do with Gideon, just in a... He gets weaker, though. It's just a really shitty version of that same feature. Because he learns new spells, but they're worse than just spamming his default discs of light. You slamber, you cucumber. That's Berdly's new catchphrase. When the fight goes well, it really goes well. Like, you get momentum on your side, and the boss is just taking 3/4 of its health in one phase, and you're laughing basically. The stab. I hate the stab, dude. R.I.P. Radagon. A very efficient fight. I like that. But yeah, the Elden Beast, like, it really does... It's easier than the DLC bosses, but you always have to fight it last, so that's true. Like, if you do the DLC first, you're gonna trounce it. It's kind of a weird aspect. Oh, it cucked me that time. Orangey bullshit boss. Piece of shit fucking boss. Literally unplayable game. That didn't kill me apparently. Okay, I'll take it. He's just never gonna stagger now? What's his deal? Oh, is he staggered? Oh, I think I staggered him. Fuck. It was just a really bad time to stagger the boss. That's unfortunate. Also, me dying there for no reason was unfortunate. He staggered himself with an explosion. I think it was one of the stray daggers just went off. Bosses are like that. You either curb stomp them or they curb stomp you. That's what the posture system does, I think. It's there's a really qualitative difference between fighting a boss well and just barely surviving in this game, because if you know the timings and you're being aggressive, the boss will be staggering constantly. That's like the big difference. And staggering breaks up the fight, it gives you time to breathe, it gives you lots of damage, and so like it makes a huge difference. And it's a discrete difference too. Like it'll be staggering a lot or not at all. And that's also part of what I said. God, how big is the fucking AoE on that? That's what I was saying earlier about the bosses in Elden Ring have like a higher skill floor before they're like enjoyable to fight, I guess. Because you won't be able to... It's a very different experience fighting the boss aggressively and staggering it than just trying to bait out the one attack you know how to dodge. Every fight is Lost Kin from Hollow Knight. Dude, I fucking love Lost Kin. Sometimes I boot up that fight and just go like lawnmower mode on Lost Kin's ass, just for fun. That fight is like, the whole point of that fight is just to not ever stop mashing the attack button. If you're not hitting it every single time, you're doing something wrong. Just be on its ass and slap it around like a hockey puck. It's such a funny boss. Like, you put on the quick nail blender charm and just go nuts. Find you a partner that goes lawnmower on your ass. Whatever that even means. Yeah, that sounds like an experience. It's probably what Berdly and Susie did in the chapters I censored from Umris. Lawnmower mode. No one knows how to do it except for Berdly. Oh no, I did the fuck. My gameplay was so stupid there that my own IQ dropped to the point where I could not, like, form sentences anymore. Wow. Sex god Berdly says outside. Yeah. Yeah, that's Outsin's Umris headcanon. Is that Berdly's marriage is held together entirely by the fact that he is a literal sex god. Which could be true. It's not what happens in Umris. I mean, I read the parts. I had to read them to censor them. I know they don't actually have a lawnmower, but... It's more fun to just not read them and imagine that there's a lawnmower. You're not missing much of worth. I did it again. I dodged the attack, then I just attack and get hit again. It's obviously the wrong move. Okay. Oh my god. I forgot how to be good at the boss. I'm back to sucking. I'm sorry. I'll remember in an attempt from now. Sex god Berdly has ruined it. Ruined what, Mooks? The stream, Umris? The fact that we're now looking at literal sex god Berdly? I mean, look at that. Holy shit. It's not like it's material untouched by Deltarune. Berdly's own goal in life is to become a Schwarzeneggian muscle man with prominent nipples. It's not like I'm misrepresenting him. Fuck, that's a little bit faster than I thought. Just a little bit faster. And that was a little bit slower. Bom, bom. Shoutouts to Lanedale Ashen Capital. Nice sloppy Joe gameplay. Maybe this is what Joseph Anderson looked like fighting the boss. This is probably the same build that Joseph Anderson would be using. But with like all the inch replaced with strength, of course. But other than that, not really much of a difference. There we go. Intelligent gameplay. Very good. Oh, and another attack after the stomp. There we go. That one still sucks, though. I hate that attack very much. Oh, talking about Sex God Berdly is what made me bad at fighting the boss again? Okay, that could be true. The Berdly nipple lore. Let's talk about that for a sec. As one of the strangest pieces of lore for, well, obvious reasons, but also because it has weird implications that, like, ostensibly the reason that Berdly does not have nipples is because birds in the real world don't have nipples. They don't lactate, they're oviparous. But that sort of implies that monsters who are based on mammals do have nipples. Which, like, I'm not sure if that was really clear. Like, they're supposed to be, like, beings of magic, ostensibly. But yet they produce milk. I'm not sure I'm okay with that. The older explanation, of course, is that no monsters have nipples. But only humans do. But Berdly is sort of like, he's just really jealous of that particular feature of human anatomy for some reason. Yeah, the more I talk about this, the worse I am at fighting Random, clearly. Just don't think about it too much, yeah. Toriel milk tea, exactly. Don't goats have more than 2 nipples? Thus boss monsters would too? That's a good question. Has anyone ever seen, like, fan art where, like, Asgore or Asriel was shirtless and had 6 nipples? I say not Toriel because if you're looking at Toriel shirtless, that's in a different kind of fan art, probably. No? Okay. I'm sure it exists. I think if people want to draw Noelle with, like, hoof fingers, and someone out there is probably drawing shirtless Asgore with 6 nipples, it must exist. That fucking combo, dude. I can never see it coming. Epic trade, very cool. This is safe at least. Alright, and suddenly the momentum swings in your favor when you get that stagger. Another immediate stagger. Dude, that's crazy. If you use the second phalanx after he gets up, you can just, like, insta-stagger him again, it looks like. Flowey gains a nipple for each soul he gains? Ah. Came across a couple Bara Husbando Asgore drawings, says Mel. I can confirm one of... Oh, none of them had 6 nipples. That's too bad. These artists have their priorities in the wrong place. They're fixated on recreating their human form, and they're neglecting the true biological accuracies of monsters. Was kind of banking on that stagger, to be honest. That was not safe otherwise. But it's good. Lore compliant smut. You think a shirtless Asgore has to be smut, Remnant? I disagree. Dreamer Reborn had a perfectly PG-rated, innocent, shirtless Asgore depiction in one of his comics back in the day. I think that was the last ever Dreamer Reborn comic before that whole thing sort of died. I'm not sure what happened, but at least we got shirtless Asgore before the end. Where'd he go? Okay, close the distance before it does Wave of Gold. That's the game plan. Oh, that's bad. This is actually pretty easy to dodge if you don't get, like, unlucky. Oh, it hit my heel a little bit. That's the no-hit run over. Just run, I guess? Lots of area denial moves on this lad, which is not the most fun. I got so lucky, I rolled those really early. Ooh, I fucking hard read him there without knowing what he was going to do. That was really by accident. What's he doing? Forward. Forward. Oh, dude. I thought there would have been just a couple more acceleration frames on that attack before the sword came down. I was banking on just a couple more frames. I have a feeling I would have killed it if I dodged that, because I would have gotten another phalanx off. It probably would have staggered, and that may have been the end of the fight. Elden Beast looks like the Loch Ness Monster. I think the Loch Ness Monster would have more sightings if it was like a neon galaxy dinosaur. But the funny head thing. Does it have one eye? I can't tell. I can't tell if it has one eye in the middle of its head or two eyes and you can only see one at a time. Yeah, the moveset's pretty readable despite not being able to see the sword. I kind of agree, yeah. A lot of the giant enemies, it's more about reading their body language than actually watching the weapon move. Kind of like Fire Giant. Oh, I preemptively dodged it that time. Look at me, I'm a big boy. Right up the bum. I outdistanced the Gold Star. What a lad. Stagger. There you go. If the fight goes well up until that first phalanx hit, then he's pretty much the guaranteed stagger. The double? I'm ready for the double. Oh, he's not doing it. Golden Breaker! No need to waste FP. GG, Radagon. Continued. At this point, I can't tell who's a normie and who's a gay furry based off the way they draw Asgore. That's a good state to reach as a fandom, is the convergence, you know? I didn't know that was a state before you said that just now, but heuristically, it seems okay. I learned through experience that Gay Fury is a pretty good bet when it comes to, like, Undertale Deltarune. Not guaranteed, of course, but it's never an unwise bet. Oh, dude, that fucking staggered him out of his big attack there. I'm gonna get so cheeky here, look at that. That was a full round of daggers, then another half round, and then the riposte. Whoop! Where's he going? Ring attack? Gonna summon Ringo Starr to defeat me? What's he doing? I thought that was the gold wave for a sec. Okay, here's the ring. Dude, that is a hitbox? Bullshit. It's really funny to watch, oh god. Dude, I pressed the wrong button. I forgot what the jump button was and I rolled instead. Shit. As I was saying, it's really funny to watch NPCs fight the Elden Beast because, like, they don't know how to dodge that attack. It's this big dramatic, like, the Elden Beast flies into the air, it summons the entire Elden Ring. It summons this immense holy explosion, and then you just have Millennia, like, down at the bottom, standing there, staring into space, that just tanks the hit for 700 damage, and continues to fight. It's always pretty comical. I have gay furdar. Am I a gay furry? No, not really. Then you say, that's how you know. That's how you know when the guy's a gay furry. When you ask if they're a gay furry, they say, nah. That's how you know. Oh, I stood in the AoE. Shit. I had faintly at the back of my mind, I had something telling me, this isn't right. This isn't quite going as planned, and then I died to the AoE. Not really, so kinda. I mean, I want to leave the door cracked open at least. Gay furry confirmed. Alright. I'm glad you asked, chat. It's just like me for real. That opening really does seem safe. I have not seen Radagon counter that since I've actually gotten used to his moveset. Oh, he does a little grunt for that attack. For that one attack only, he grunts at you. Oh. Oh, dude, the fucking 4-hit. Ay, ay, ay. Why does Berdly want to be Elden Lord? It's because he gets to have the high IQ girlfriend, Rani. That's part of her ending, is that you marry her. And she is canonically the highest IQ waifu in all the lands between. Besides Gideon Ofnir, but he's kind of an asshole, so... Oh my god. Dude, it's the exact same as last time. You hit me with the same exact combo. The 4th hit. That insane pace. Stagger, please. Oh my god, that actually worked. Tip: bosses usually don't stagger if you ask nicely, but in that case, he did. The inevitable gold stomp. Oh, I really thought I had time. The last couple frames of recovery blocked my roll. Look at this fucking line I take. That insane pace. 2 quick ones. The double. I love that video so much. I don't even know, like... I don't even know if I know what game he's speedrunning. It's just iconic. Midigon of the mid-order. Radagon is pretty mid, conceptually. Like, as a person, as like a guy who hits you with a stick, he's alright. Fucking hell, the stomp. The 4th hit. He pauses for half an hour and then he does the 4th hit. Reasonably, if you think about the way the story actually works, the play on our part would just be to wait like 5 minutes, until Godfrey walks into the tree, fights Radagon himself, and then you just show up like, ho ho ho, thanks for beating the Elden Lord for me, and then you finish off whoever's left alive. That, like, obviously was going to happen, but no, we just have to fight both of them in succession. God forbid anyone else in this universe do a thing that wasn't directly involved with us. I remembered, that's the fast combo. The extendo arm. You have to show everyone what a Sigma you are. That's literally what the final boss in Dark Souls 2 does? Yeah, that's the kind of shit that the enemies are allowed to do in games, but never you.
Yeah, you've weakened each other to the point where it is trivial for me to come in during the cutscene and finish you off.
Every time. That's how they get you. I personally would love to watch the sort of angry divorced dad versus new dad sort of slugfest, Radagon versus Godfrey. Godfrey has to fight the man who both married his wife after she divorced him and who is his wife still. It's a very... I think I went on about this probably in a previous stream. It's just a very confusing situation for Godfrey. The fourth hit. It is unknown by man, any scientists on Earth, whether it is possible to read or dodge the fourth hit. Right in the bum. Why is it just now, by the way? Like, the fourth hit has been a non-factor for this whole fight. And then, like, 3 attempts in a row, he kills me with it. How does that happen?
You married my wife. No, I am your wife.
Yes. Literally Radagon. Seriously though, America ditched Godfrey to pursue her own, like, self-cessed crack fic. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Like, not even the Lorax would do that. I mean the Onceler. The Lorax definitely wouldn't do that. The Lorax is a fine and upstanding citizen. Okay, that's a variation on the opener that I improvised on the spot because I forgot what button to push and it didn't work very well. By the way, as far as election trucking lore goes, I said that Sans Phase 2 had a green top hat, envisioning the Onceler in a green top hat, but I looked at some art of the Onceler, by which I just mean screenshots of the fucking movie, and the Onceler has a black top hat with a green ribbon around it, so I updated that to be more, you know, canon compliant to the Lorax movie. The Onceler definitely would and probably did. That's the quick combo. I know how to dodge it now, Radagon. You have no power here, the fourth hit, but I survive it because I have my flask active. Maintain pressure. Golden Breaker! He staggers here. I'm calling it. I'm like Babe Ruth calling my home run. He didn't stagger. He did, though. Chugging there ruined my opportunity to hit him again. Okay, I sort of wasted that opportunity to hit him. Okay, that's a new way you die. You should watch my fanfic streams. Yeah, do that. You can hear Andrew seething, mad 'cause bad, mauling on stream. Yeah, that's me. That's one thing I like about Dark Souls and, you know, related games challenge runs, is that if anyone actually is doing them, they're not raging at the game. Like, if you're raging at the game, you're not doing a challenge run. They're all, like, super zen. Squillakilla, I think, is the ultimate example of that, where, like, he has the deepest, like, most relaxed voice. Half the time his chat is talking about, like, just random philosophical tangents and metaphysics and shit, while he's doing, like, these crazy full trilogy no-hit runs. Did I seriously just not roll fast enough? God damn it. Oh, okay. Don't attack from neutral, just don't do that. And then you have Happy Hob. I've never watched Happy Hob. Does he rage? I don't know. Happy Hob is the original no-hit runner, right? Like the first guy to beat Dark Souls without getting hit. Never heard of him, sounds dope. Wonder if you could tell me the differences between all the different string theories. Probably not, but you know, you never know. He's the guy, I watched him play Hollow Knight, just like a blind playthrough of Hollow Knight, and he was so deeply rooted in like the challenge runner god gamer mindset that he played it in like the weirdest, most inefficient way possible. Like he would just wander into a late game area, get stuck for 2 hours, not care, just keep trying the same thing over and over again until he eventually beat it. It was actually like really weird to watch. The fourth hit, dude. I jumped too early. I failed on a conceptual level to dodge that attack. Dude, did he just fucking... Oh no, I still hit him, I think, but it didn't matter. Has anyone no-hit run the whole series? Yes. Several people have. Of course, that run gets longer every time FromSoft puts out a new game. So it gets harder each time, but people do it nonetheless. It's called the God Run, I think, generally. It's still not as ridiculous as that dude who did all of Celeste 100% deathless, though. That's still way more ridiculous in my eyes. And there's probably even stupider achievements, too, that people have done in other games. Dude, why did I go for 2 attacks? I've been playing so, like, cautiously, and now I just go for 2 attacks and get hit. Like, what an asshole. And there, too. I don't feel like I'm improving against this guy. Like, my aptitude is looking like a sine function at this point. It's just going up and down randomly. On a higher scale of ridiculousness than that would be the Elden Ring fist-only no-hit run, which some people were legitimately asking Gino Machino if he would attempt when he was doing the fists-only run. That seems like the kind of thing that may be impossible for, like, humans, where, like, at bare minimum, you'd need your entire life dedicated toward the singular task of that run, and even then, probably it wouldn't work. So, it's fun to speculate on. I also may have guessed that like, a Celeste 100% no-hit run would fall into that same category, and someone did that. Still probably easier than fist-only Elden Ring no-hit. Because that would be like, I don't know, 12 hours of consecutive boss fights without making a single mistake. Ah, you can jump that. That's neat. The double! Even if I knew it was coming, I couldn't dodge it. The run where the dude only does damage by rolling, and it does 20 damage is my favorite. The fists do even less damage than that, though, is the nutty part. The fists were doing, like, 8 damage against Malekith, you know? Thoughts on Ralsei Hand Beans? I regret reading that. Oh yeah, Squillakilla did Yorm Fist only. That's pretty funny. Similar vibe. But it's not the tanky bosses that are the worst, honestly, in those like low damage runs. It's the glass cannons like Gideon, because at any moment he can just kill you. Whereas with like Fire Giant, the fight takes 10 years, but at least it's pretty like easy to dodge most of the attacks and consistent. I just wanted to top up there. Okay. Only one attack after that. Very important. Only one attack allowed. I'm fine though. Dude! Dude! What the fuck was that? He just hard countered me. There's nothing I can do to like account for that. I just have to hope that that doesn't happen. I didn't anticipate Radagon being this much harder than Godfrey, say, but I guess I've beaten him several times now. It's just the Elden Beast makes it much harder. Godfrey's attacks are just a lot more intuitive to dodge, I think. Like, Radagon has more irregular timings, not to the extent of Godric, but it's just a little bit jankier. He didn't do the 4th hit. I'm good. He could have, though. Oh, fuck. That's fast. 4th hit? Oh, you can dodge the 4th hit if you do a light attack. Okay, that's good information, actually. Gold Breaker? Yep. It's too bad I'm not full health, so this doesn't deal as much damage as it could. Neither will this. Gotta be topped off. Super attack, go! The stun lock. God damn it. I was greedy with the last attack. So that's... But, I'm not sure I could have dodged it otherwise, though. I don't know if I could react to that. Everyone's just talking about, like, Ralsei hands instead of Ralsei feet in chat now. Thoughts on Femboy Gaster? No thoughts, head empty. It's like not thinking of a pink elephant. If you're good, you can just do it. That's what they mean when they use that expression. They mean that if you're good, you can just do it. I attacked the neutral and got away with it, dude. Bad boy. Rolled early. Shucks. Stagger? Yeah, I had a feeling. I was getting a lot of little hits on him there. The trick to stagger bosses in this game is to attack them consistently, because that stops their stamina from regenning. Super attack. Okay, don't get greedy with the follow-up this time. Oh, that just killed him. Never mind. I wasn't even looking at his health there. That was a good fight. The chat goes rabid when it's not written fanfic. Apparently so. Believe it or not, there was a time when I did not stream fanfics continuously. That was an abnormal thing to do for me. Oh, I need to get out of range of the fire. You can see what I mean though, the hitbox is way smaller than it looks on the fire here. This is a good opening. This is half its health gone immediately. And one for the road. Very nice. That was the wrong flask. Berdly, try again. What's he doing? You can't hit me from there, Elden Beast. That's the thing I don't get about the boss AI in this game, is sometimes I just don't seem to understand what their range is. They just attack mid-air. It's especially noticeable in like boss versus boss fights. They'll just fly to the other end of the arena and attack nothing. It is somewhere with the Elden Ring in the sky. It looks really pretty, but it's kind of hard to actually look at it with this camera. Okay, don't do Gold Wave. Don't do Gold Wave. Okay, didn't do Gold Wave. Thank you, Elden Beast. Very pog champ. $5 from Algae Satchel? I can't read that now, but cool. That's Gold Wave. I was too close, though. I was too close, and it got wrecked. Oh, that's Elden Stars. Fuck. There's a very specific way they dodge this in no-hit, which I may have just replicated. No, I didn't. Otherwise, it's a fucking pain-in-the-ass attack. That's unfortunate. I kind of just didn't see what the boss was doing. I was too distracted by the Elden Stars, which is kind of the point of the Elden Stars, to be fair. They don't really do any damage. $5 from LD Satchel to say, you know I can't tell which Hollow Knight speedrun sounds worse, 112%, Steel Soul, or no major glitches, low percent. Definitely low percent is worse. Low percent runs are always fucked. They sound easy because, you know, low percent, that sounds like less than 100%. No, they're fucked. They're always like the most ridiculous possible ways to play the game. Because low percent means that you have to beat the game with as little completion possible, no matter how much longer it takes. If you have a 5-minute run, and then if you do like one less objective and still beat the game, you could do a 12-hour run, and it would beat the 5-minute run. And so it's all the most ridiculous, impractical glitches come out in those. Like, I think Hollow Knight low percent involves farming essence for 40 hours or something like that. Something ridiculous. Because you can just get essence drops randomly for some reason. When you're supposed to get like 100, 400 at a time by fighting bosses. But if you just want to not fight the bosses, you can farm and still get the essence. It just takes dozens of hours. Staggy. Watch, he'll telefrag me. He tried, but he failed. I'm getting more consistent at dodging like the big attacks, which is nice. Alright, that's 2 smooth Radagons in a row, I think. That's a good sign. Who is this? Shoutouts to that dude. Twilight Princess low percent. Yeah, the AFK Ruby clipping through the wall for like 6 hours or whatever. Like in Twilight Princess, there's a glitch where when Link gets a ruby and holds it up, if you just leave the game in that state for long enough, Link will imperceptibly slowly slide forward because of like floating point rounding errors or something. And if you just leave the game like that for hours and hours, you can clip through walls. I wonder if I could even do 2 full Ashes of War there before the riposte. Like, it would be really cheeky, but it's possible. Okay, close the distance quickly, for God's sake. Oh, it's doing its thing. Let's see if we can spot... There it is. That makes the big ring overhead. That's cool. You love to see it. Okay, where does it go after this? The hitless runners seem to just know where it comes back, but... Oh, that's bad. Just kind of have to... It's about belief there. You just have to believe that you're not going to get hit. Oh, I stole the bubble tier from Radagon. That saved me. I might still be dead here, though. Yeah, fuck. Okay, that was really just dumb to heal in the middle of its combo. I thought it was slow enough that I could heal. Yes, Scurry is the Hollow Knight low percent runner dude. Your favorite video game glitch is Sonic 06? Yeah. Low-hanging fruit, but very funny. The Game Grumps playthrough of that will always have a place in my heart. It's a classic. Oh, he's opening with this big slobber knocker moves. Very cool, Radagon. Oh, I do that sometimes. I dodge early, then I realize and hold the button down. I'm like, okay, I didn't dodge. But then when I actually do want to dodge, I release the button after having held it down for a full second and nothing happens. Has anyone seen Zelda Ocarina of Time Max % Child? That's a weird one. I have not. It involves a 4-hour trick that requires constant attention and can fail at any moment. What the fuck? I should look into that. Andrew, who's your favorite Deltarune theorist to watch? Want to pick favorites? You realize it's an awkward question. At least one of them is still probably watching the stream. I have to admit, I don't really watch Deltarune videos, which I don't know if that's weird or kind of understandable considering my circumstance. I don't tend to watch a lot of them on my own time though. Oh, okay, I was just not safe to attack there. Ah. I kind of know that follow-up, but sometimes I just forget about it. Outsin is here. Unironically though, probably Outsin, if I had to choose. Outsin or Vivat Veritas, actually. I'm a big fan of Veritas's videos. Veritas is not in chat, so you know that's a genuine compliment and not me appeasing Outsin here. Although I do sincerely like Outsin stuff. Dodging left, you can actually mistime it, and it still works. Probably don't want to rely on that too much, but it's good to know. What? He parried it! Dude, he has a spell parry?! He's had a spell parry this whole fucking time. I've never seen that before. Jesus Christ. What a hot way to die. Yeah. Chat forgot Outsin was a theorist. Outsin is much more than a theorist. I'm sure he does other things. Like whatever the fuck that dream interpretation video was, that wasn't a theory, that was just something. Radagon's grab attack turns you on almost as much as Lady Maria's visceral attack. I'm just gonna... yeah. You probably know what you're talking about. I haven't actually played Bloodborne to the extent that I've even fought Lady Maria. It's probably really hot though, you're probably right. Not lucky there. Golden Breaker! Ooh, okay. I was so far underneath him that I guess I just got lazy with the roll timing. Outson is writing 2 scripts plus working on Shadow Project. Oh, you mean the Shadow of Rosa Raid project? Or maybe not. Maybe it's something else, a different Shadow project. Well, that's good. That's good to know. It's always unclear if when channels don't upload consistently like myself, whether any one video will be like the last. It's good that you're still working on stuff, though. La la. Oh, I had time for 2 rolls there, fortunately. Fuck that. There we go. Choreographed. Staggy. Nice. It's Rosa Raids, but Shadow Project sounds cooler. Ah. For some reason, I usually do 2 cheeky attacks there, and I forgot to that time, and that somehow, like, it tilted me. I guess, like, theoretically, if you have the set spacing of 2 attacks, it's easier to time the dodge within, like, the half second between the last attack and when he hits you than it is to just wait that full 1.5 seconds of charge up and then time it perfectly. Oh, Lady Maria rips your kidneys out. Cool. Girl boss or something. Give me your liver!
Yeah.
Oh, late dodge. Hate to see it. At least I had the flask for that. Don't stand on that. Oh, what the fuck? He just, like, flew at me. He had a jetpack. Alright, Radagon. Oh, Radagon cringe, so he kills himself. I am not cringe. I am PogChamp. Machine. Yes, etc. They should have gotten Gianni to voice act every character in Elden Ring. That would have been good. Like Rykard. I think Lobos, another Dark Souls challenge winner dude, he has a mod, or he's working on a mod for Dark Souls 1 where he dubs every sound effect in the game with his own voice, including every piece of music on the soundtrack. Like, he just sings it a cappella. That's extremely funny. I'm not sure if he ever finished that, though, or if it's still in progress. Outson does not know what the other Deltarune theorists do the rest of the time. Oh, you mean like just in our lives without making videos? I talked about gardening and the game. That's kind of it. I tend to be pretty single-minded in how I spend my time. Like, if I've got projects to work on and I'm not slacking off doing nothing, I'm probably working on projects. I tend to get really, like, hyper-fixated. Don't leave the house for too long. That kind of thing. Forget to eat. That kind of thing. Oops. There's my 911 damage. I'm not getting that back. Shit. I just fucking misread all of that, dude. This just misreading every attack. Bonk. Ah, the extendo arm. Chat hypothesizes that Jaru fills his time by taking hard drugs. Probably not. Jaru seems like a nice man. Dork and Shay are full-time internet people. Yeah, Shay's a streamer. That'll do it to you. And Dork has like 50 million ongoing fan work projects that have been going since 1985, and so I think she probably finds ways to fill her time. Yeah. Personally, I have enough projects to fill my time. God knows. Game, videos, live fan fiction, writing. Apparently, it's not safe, but I did it anyway. It's not safe, but I did it anyway. I do kind of wish sometimes I had more time in the day to do stuff, but it's better than having nothing to do, I guess. I'd much prefer that to just being bored. Dork is just kind of built different. Yeah. Oh, you can't jump the second one. I knew there was some stupid quirk with this attack. That was, I deviated from the plan there, because I was thinking, what if I used the opportunity after the second attack to heal instead of stab him? And that amount of thought alone was enough to derail me into pressing the jump button instead of the dodge button and dying. But yeah, a lot of the Delta cast crew, pretty mysterious. Not a whole lot you can guess about their personal lives. They probably want to keep it that way, to be honest. Oh my god. That was such a cheeky attack, but I somehow didn't get hit. That's like the shit that Ongball would do intentionally, I can do by accident sometimes. But I took the bomb. Goldbreaker, here it comes. Very cool. Oh. One, two. It's somehow easier to dodge if you do the two attacks. Alright, one more try against the Elden Beast. We're not gonna get to Pizza Tower? Probably not. Elden Beast is just very, even though it's easier than Radagon, it's still, like, not consistent at all. At my skill level. Like, I just don't know the fight that well. Stagger. Not Pizza Tower tomorrow, no. I may never actually stream Pizza Tower. It just seems like a weird niche to fill. It would be Yeek next, probably. Do the attack. Okay. God, the depth perception! The depth perception sucks there! Wait, that didn't damage me. That did so little damage to the bubble, maybe, that it just didn't show up on my health bar? I don't know. I'm not at full health, though. I think I took 1 damage. Okay, don't do Wave of Gold. Oh. I thought he was doing the Nebula attack. Shit, he just punched me. Why do you have to charge up the Nebula Fist if you're just gonna punch me? Stream Isaac again? Could be kind of funny. I haven't played Isaac in a while, actually. The Elden Beast said no and defeated Berdly. Mr. Bones, I want to get off your wild ride. No. Error. "24th try." The real challenge is if I can beat the boss before the stream viewership reaches 0. Because it inevitably just trickles toward nothing the longer I fight the bosses. That's fine. This stream isn't to get views, it's to settle the score. Fucking Radagon here. He spared me. Ooh, where'd he go? I broke my lock on. That sucked.
Radagon, please!
Okay, he stopped attacking for long enough that I could heal. Thank you, Radagon. Never mind. The first Berdly stream started with 100. Yeah, I think the novelty, people just wanted to see the character, then after that, like, they don't want to stick around and watch me fight bosses for hours on end. You know, you come for this, and then you stay for whatever the fuck this is. The real viewers are the friends we made along the way. I hope so.
We don't want to get parasocial here, guys. No parasocial relationships here, guys.
Who's the streamer who does that? Is it like Ludwig or something? I swear. Like in those exact words, I've heard a streamer say that. The fourth hit. Mythical fourth hit. Undodgeable. Shit, the miss input. Oh, I almost dodged that too late. God, that completely wrecked my game plan. Just that one little miss input, healing half a second too late. Alright, what you got, Radagon? Don't give me that bullshit. What? Radagon, chill out. He's doing his ape shit moveset now. Morbing on me. Here, give me this shit. I know how to dodge this shit. Even this. Even though it's scary, I theoretically know how to dodge it. Until I don't. It truly is Radagon in time. Nooks is apologizing in advance for what they're drawing. Oh, I'm curious. I forget if you've ever done fan art for the Berdly streams, Mooks. Unless that has to do with sex god Berdly, I don't know. Anything is on the table. No fourth hit, lucky day. Okay. Cool. Blade attacks aren't giving me any staggies, though. This'll do it though, this'll stagger. Yeah. The first stream fan art was for the second Berdly stream. Oh shit, I forgot. I guess that just goes to show that you've done a... Oh, you can jump it! What the fuck? I'm just bad, I guess. I can't for the life of me remember what that was. I'm sorry. Oh, that was the... Was that like pass... No, that was later. I remember the pacifist run through Farah Missoula, which is quite funny. Do the stagger Berdly. There we go. Yeah, well, you can get one extra light attack in just to optimize it if you want. I didn't get the last Ash of War off. That's too bad. Alright, here we go. Just start running. There it is. Berdly is Jesus and can walk on water. Yep, that was definitely the intent. To show that Berdly is Jesus now. What's it doing? Oh, it's fire. Just run away. Okay. Got a little bit of stamina. I can do it. Oh. Oh, I thought it was doing Wave of Gold and I panicked. I could have dodged that easily. Shit. This is going to be a real test, right? Because Radagon's going to filter out like 80% of my attempts. And then it's going to be really hard to get the Elden Beast consistently because I'm seeing it so little. And so the difficulty of this kind of stuff exponentiates if you're not doing practice. You're drawing something that is roast beef's fault in chat. I forget what roast beef was talking about besides the worrying comment about Lady Maria's visceral attack. Was that beef? Maybe not. Radagon. Big man on campus. How did that hit me, dude? Radagon's hacking. Yes. He spammed the attacks that are easy to punish, and I failed nonetheless. It's Ralsei Beans or Berdly Sex God. That's not a good selection. Hopefully it's just the general comment about gay furries or Asgore having 6 nipples or something. Stab. Well, I'm dead. That's what happens if you never try to dodge an attack from close range, that you don't know how to dodge that attack. I've seen dudes parry that in like level 1 runs, which is nuts to me. Like there's so much lead up and then no real tell for when he's gonna do it. The 6 souls, 6 nipples? Omega Fly with nipples. A new type of art. Nipples. What do you think the lyrics are to the song? I want to hear everyone's Radagon of the Golden Order with lyrics covers, where they don't rhyme and they make no attempt to follow any kind of rhythm. Like all those Megalovania covers like that, I remember. The fourth one, though. I almost like respect it at this point. It's just like fair enough. You hit me with the fourth one, I'm taking damage. I recognize your dominance. Ooh! That was close.
Welcome to your final test.
Text Brook. He's dead. Do I have Alexander's thing equipped? I don't. I should. At least for the Elden Beast I should have it equipped. Oh, I'm a bit low on the blue juice. I hope that's not an issue. Fuck. Okay, that's not how it's supposed to go. That opening really sucked. It really sucked. Wow, okay. I rely on that opening to get most of my damage done. Just keep running, and they maybe don't hit you. Don't do that. At least it gives you good punish windows, this lad. Oh, it's gonna go regenerate all of its stamina now, floating in the sky. Convenient. Damn it. It doesn't seem actually that hard to recover if you get tripped by the ring. I don't know what happened that one time. Oh dear. Yikes. That's bad, but it was survivable at least. Fuck! Did the same thing happen again. I was like, I think he was going to charge it up for just a second longer. I'm not used to that attack at close range. It was just kind of a scuffed attempt overall. Theory. Sans is a Darkner. His light world item is Sans. Could be. Easily. Could be. Who knows? Light world Sans is a Halloween store skeleton with like a voice box in it. Oh, my jumping attack opener does less damage now because I ditched the jump attack charm. Too bad. Dude, I swear I dodged it. I swear I dodged it. The hitbox comes out like before the foot visually moves. Now we get some real damage off here. Ba-boom. He's dead. Very clean Radagon. You love to see it. Fuck off. I like getting back-to-back attempts on the Elden Beast. Get into more of a groove. Uh-oh. I don't want to be locked onto him right now. Dodge the fire. Oh god, that's so clutch if you just get him when he's running away. You just clip him and he staggers, then you can do all this fucking damage. Delicious, delicious damage. Look at that. Full half a health bar just gone. A full half, it's a bit redundant, I guess. He always usually does this. I love that figure of speech. What's he doing? Okay. What the dog doing? He's just moving. Oh, alright. He did a couple laps around the arena, and I was going to do his super attack. Very cool, Elven Beast. Very cool. Okay. Oh, I think if you run backward, maybe? Okay, I've seen the challenge runners, they go to his right, and they don't get hit somehow. I'm not really sure what causes them not to get hit, but it seems to work. Yep, just don't be close to the boss. Just take a vacation. Come back when it warms up in the summer. He does waste a bit of time. But at least the music is fucking nice. Oh, that's Wave of Gold. Good, okay. I'm glad I was close, otherwise that would have instantly killed me. With no opportunity for recourse. Is that Supernova? Oh, that's fucking scary. God knows what the timing on that is. Just run away. Sweep! He's gonna have like his rage attacks now. The desperation moves are all gonna come out. Oh, I think that's it. I think that's fucking it. You never want to call it too early, but like, I know how much damage this combo does. R.I.P. You of little faith, you thought my build was bad and I couldn't beat the game with an int halberd. Get wrecked. Let's go indeed. All 34 remaining viewers. I mean, it went up from 29. Alright. And now here's the ending. This is the last challenge in the run. I have to not interact with this grotesque kind of hollowed out torso, and instead summon high-int waifu. Oh wait, there's a grace here. Cool. Hang on. 1 second, Randy. I haven't unlocked the last grace yet. There's something I must do first. Which is to pump 500,000 souls directly into mine stat. Beautiful. You'll love to see it. Alright, I'm coming now, Randy. That's time, maybe. I don't know how the speedrun timing works, but that's the end. Holy shit. And just watch this cutscene play out now. It's going to be a reward with this lovely figure we've created. Oh shit, he did it. I wasn't paying attention. I went into interrupt Ranny. It's just like yoked out of his mind, Ronald McDonald kneeling as Ronnie does the important shit. Marika is Ranni's dad, unlike Morgott, who, Marika is his mom. Ranni does not like Marika.
I do solemnly swear to every living being and every living soul.
That Welsh, though. Damn.
Now cometh the age of the stars.
It's not British, it's Welsh.
1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond. Into fear, doubt, and loneliness, as the path stretcheth into darkness.
It's like a Genshin Impact character because she's literally a doll. Wales is in Britain, by the way, but when people say British, they exclusively mean England.
Well then, shall we?
Yeah, weird. This ending is apparently really badly translated. It's just kind of unclear what the fuck she's talking about, is the main problem.
My fair consort eternal.
My lady. Look at how hairy his arm is. Va voom, the credits. You know, I never know what streamers do after finishing these runs, right? Because they probably don't just sit and watch the credits for an hour every time if you do this regularly. Because, like, if you're watching a highlight, that always just cuts off after they win. What do you do now? We sure did beat the game with only leveling up int. Well, Ranny, that certainly was an Elden Ring. He looks like a Simpsons character. My fair consort. And then nothing happened for several hours. I don't think Rani can fuck. She's a doll made of rope at this point. Get your minds out of the gutter. Maybe she can, I don't know, deploy ghost job when you least expect it. You're gonna go now? Play Elden Ring with a friend, enjoy pizza? I don't have any pizza, I'm jealous. It zooms out. Record scratch. Susie. What the fuck was that, Berdly? Ooh, Godric's theme. Everyone remember Godric? That dude? Yeah. Andrew, I have a Deltarune theory. What if the underground and its monsters in Undertale are, for some reason, Darkners? People say that sometimes. There's not really... There's a lot between Undertale and Deltarune that don't work. Aside from that, like, that sort of implies, like, Undertale wouldn't be a dark world of Deltarune even at that point, because that's, like, because the same characters are present in the light world in Deltarune that are in Undertale, which under that interpretation would be a dark world, so it's like, does Toriel going into the Undertale dark world just become herself? Like, nothing changes? And then Azrael just becomes himself but a different age? Like, shit doesn't make sense. Oh, Mooks has art. Let's get the art. Will we listen to Morgoth's theme? I guess not. The music stops when you tab out of the game. Oh well. Oh wow. These suck, sorry, but stream fan art. Very excited. Oh, there's more. Oh, I see what you meant by, yeah, okay. We have 3 of them, actually. Alright, let's get into it. Is there a way to reinstall the music? Can I just, like, put that back? Elden Ring, Ancestor Spirit. Let's put the spa ambience back on. Perfect, okay. So here we have just Berdly. It's just a picture of Berdly. As you can see, I have 99 intelligence, let you participate in society. Curious. This is like you are a communist, yet you exist, but it makes less sense somehow. And also, Berdly is a big fan of Rick and Morty. He watches for the incest. Everyone else just thinks it's like a well-written, funny show, but no. Incest all the way for Berdly. He knows where like the actual strength of the writers were. We have Radagon of the Golden Order, who is also has a Gaster face crack for some reason. I'm unsure. Is that supposed to be a Gaster Radagon? Or is it just like the brain rot? You drew the face crack by accident. Oh, it's Radagaster. Oh, what does that remind me of? That it's a Stratocaster, the guitar. At some point, someone said something about Radagon but Gaster. Alright, that's all the context I need. That's a good one. I've always wondered what Gaster looked like shirtless and missing half of his body. Very good. And here's the magnum opus, of course. Femboy Gaster. We may have unlocked a new interest in mooks here, but well, we'll see. That certainly is a femboy Gaster. And I'm glad that exists now. I've personally asked, I think I got Mel to draw a Catboy Gaster at some point. So this isn't really that far off the mark. Yes, there was no Asgore nipple fan art. We dodged that bullet. The thigh highs. I think for a femboy Gaster, the thigh highs themselves have to be turtlenecks. Like there has to be a cuff on the top of the thigh high. I think that's the only way you pull it off, really. Mel still loves Catboy Gaster. Don't we all? The oldest and... Is that a sticker on the server? I feel like it's fallen into disuse over time. Still one of the OGs, though. Chat says, I'm not gay, but... Yeah, Femboy Gaster does that to a motherfucker.
If you like Femboy Gaster, you like men. If you don't like Femboy Gaster, you like men. You like men.
Oh, you just watched Dork's video on Gaster misconceptions when I commented about Gaster turtleneck. I fucking love the turtleneck, man. It's so... I mean, you read the comment. That's my thoughts on the turtleneck. It's always fascinated me. Like, all the way back to Undertale being released. The turtleneck has fascinated me. Like, where does it come from? No one knows. What was this? 4 hours 40? Yes. 4.5 hours. So not too short of a stream. I might call it here. I'm tempted to play some like Isaac or Pizza Tower or something, but the viewership's gotten pretty small, so I might just cut it here.
If you played Undertale, play Deltarune,
says Duke Nukem. I can't really do a Duke Nukem voice, but I try anyway. Wordle? Try some Wordle out? Alright. I'll do a Wordle. I don't think I've ever done a Wordle before. I literally never followed that trend. Does New York Times now own Wordle? Who knew? Alright. So the idea is you have to start with like one of the like Matt Parker approved, some like a Grant Sanderson approved starter word here. Like, what was it? Crane was the good one? Crane is my opener. Alright, we have an N is in the right spot, and E is in there somewhere. I tend to struggle with word games. I got fixated on things, and I have trouble moving on. That's sort of my problem. So there's no A, no R, no C. See, just looking at this R is making it so every word I can think of now has an R in it. It's not good. How does this work? Are plural words allowed? Can you have like just 4-letter word with an S? Is that still counted? It's an N. But E is not the last letter. So it could be like plant, but with no A. I'm going to assume NT. That just seems right to me. NT. What words end in NT? E is the last. Oh, wait, so the green is better than the... I'm thinking in terms of the fucking, like in live split, the gold is better than green. But no, that's yellow. That means there's an N, but it's not in that spot. Okay. That makes more sense, I guess. So E is the last. That doesn't really narrow it down, does it? Dude, I can't think of words now. This is hard. Why do people play this? This is hard. E, I need a different vowel that isn't A. Plate? Snipe might work? Fine, I'll try it. Ah, okay, we know where the N is now. But there's no S or P. More common letters are being disqualified. We need to find... There's an I, though. It could be... No, it's not inane. We've already disqualified A. I think I has to be the first letter. Because there needs to be some vowel there, and there's only probably going to be 2 vowels in the word. So I-N blank blank E. It's not innate, because we've disqualified A. Or no, maybe there are 2 vowels. It could be like vowel, consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel. Probably still I is the first letter though, because I can't go before E as at the end of a word. Innote in... my mind is stuck on inane right now. I can't get past that. Try other vowels. I mean, we got O and U. Oh, use audio to fish for vowels? That's good. Oh, it is IE. I never would have guessed that. Holy shit. Okay, so... It's something N, something IE. What the fuck ends in IE? Ami? Like some French shit? And there's a U. Oh, I got it. There it is.
Splendid.
Hoggers, look at my stats. I got a whole lot of 4-ness. I'm gonna share on Twitter now. That's very cool.
You are smart.
What's the video game guessing one? I forget what that one's called. Oh no, it's Guess the Game, I think. Let me bring that one up. This one's fun. So it gives you screenshots, and you have to, like, if you can't get it on the first one, it gives you another screenshot. So this one, I don't... Okay. It's like pirate-looking shit. And a picture of a cat. So I'm not really sure. I want to say Sea of Thieves because of pirates. The aesthetic makes me think maybe like BioShock Infinite or something. You have to start broad, then narrow it in. Play Undertale Hurdle? That's way too easy, dude. I need like 0.5 seconds to understand what song's playing. Inscription? No, I would recognize those assets from Inscription. I'm just gonna guess Sea of Thieves. I don't play that game, but it might be. Unsurprisingly, it's wrong. Okay, so there's a door, we got pipes, it looks vaguely aquatic or like a ship maybe. Metacritic is 91, so people like the game. It has that kind of low poly look though, which makes me think it's not AAA probably, or it's like an older AAA. Usually you get sort of AA or indie games with that low poly aesthetic. Yeah, don't read chat. Someone's just gonna know what this is offhand. Some of them I can get in one guess, you know, if you just recognize the screenshot. Actually, my proudest one of these was Resident Evil 4, which is a game I've never played, and I got it from one screenshot of a black shoe. And somehow I just like brown background equals Resident Evil 4. What is this reminding me of? That's like, it's that low poly shit, you know. It's it reminds me of so many kind of walking simulators have this aesthetic. Or like a random, like a survival crafting game maybe. But the environment's like too detailed to be a survival game. I'm pretty stuck. I'm just gonna skip this one. It's got like a conspiracy wall and like a bed. God, what the fuck? Usually, like when I don't know what... I've never played this clearly. I just sort of have to think like, what games can I remember existing that have this aesthetic? But nothing's really coming to mind immediately here. I'll try BioShock Infinite just because it came to mind. Might as well not waste guesses. Or actually, maybe it's like original BioShock. I'll just try BioShock. I think BioShock's a bit grittier than this, though. I don't think this is right. No. Okay, it's got air balloons. What? It's some sort of steampunk aesthetic. But I don't recognize the game still. It looks so familiar. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of shit. The only games with like steampunk aesthetics that I can think of is like Dishonored, but this is way too brightly colored to be Dishonored. It's a stealth action adventure. It's got stealth. I'll try Dishonored, just think this is like a really well-lit area in Dishonored maybe. Oh, it was! It was Dishonored, holy shit. Alright, there you go. Sometimes it seems hopeless, and then you just kinda get lucky. You nerd and everything else. Ninja Gaiden, yeah. Let's do one more. These are fun. Oh, Factorio. See, if you know the game, it's trivial. Okay, one more. I want one more non-trivial one. Oh, okay. Wait, which version of it? This is only in Repentance. I guess that counts as... Wait, Afterbirth? I don't... It's the closest one. Okay. One more non-trivial one, I said. That's just a picture of Henry. Okay, this is interesting. This looks like an RTS game from the perspective. Like a medieval one, not like StarCraft. I know they have like Age of Empires. You have Total War, Warcraft. I don't really follow that genre though, so I don't know any of the modern versions of that game or those games. Let's see what it suggests. Age of Empires. Let's just pick the newest one and hope. No. Oh, it could be Civilization with this map. No, Civilization doesn't have maps like that. What if it's like a Baldur's Gate type thing, like a Pillars of Eternity kind of deal? I played Pillars... No, I played Divinity Original Sin, not Pillars of Eternity. Maybe this is what Pillars of Eternity is, who knows? Oh wait, Dreadfire, that sounds like pirates for some reason. Oh, dude, I love when it works out. You go on the stupidest, like, logical leap of all time and it works. This is why this is addicting. This easily beats Wordle, in my opinion. Way better than Wordle. Confirmed. All right, this is probably really boring to watch because you can't interact with me. But all right, I'll call the stream there. That was great fun. Glad to finally get the Berdly run over and done with. I'm officially an Elden Ring challenge runner. Not a very good challenge runner, but a challenge runner nonetheless. If anything, that's inspiration. You don't have to be a god gamer to do Elden Ring challenge runs. You just have to do it for a long time until you eventually succeed. And yeah, all right. So until next week, I probably will be streaming Yeek next time. I have to bite the bullet and stream Yeek, so that's what you have to look forward to. Until then, I will see you next time, and look out for further election trucking posts, I guess. Actually, no, you don't need to. Everyone in this chat knows election trucking. I'm going to make like a post about it to try to get some more eyes on it from the general viewer base, but that's not your problem. All right. Goodbye, everyone.